Thank you. In the words of Paulo Freire, the Brazilian educator and organizer, liberating education consists in acts of cognition, not just transferals of information. We are now on land called Long Island City, but it is the homeland of the Lenape people, who have been its rightful stewards for generations. European settler colonialism violently displaced them, but Lenape people remain connected to this land and its history. Today, NYC is home to over 115,000 intertribal Native American and indigenous peoples, contributing to the vibrant culture of this city. We honor the Lenape and all indigenous people who continue to care for this land. We also recognize the enslaved and indentured people who were forced to build the foundations of the city we move through today. We shepherd the future, not just through innovation, but through care, acknowledgement, and responsibility. And as we work, we must keep in mind that every choice we make furthers the universe in a direction. And so I say, welcome, universe! Woohoo! Thank you all so much for coming. Let us thank everyone that allowed this to happen. Thank you so much. Jolly and Pam in the back with the live stream. Let's give them a round of applause. Woohoo! They're making these main stage sessions available to folks, and without their support, we wouldn't be able to do this. Also want to thank Reinvent Albany for advocating for a transparent and accountable New York government. Woohoo! They work to strengthen the freedom of information law and put government information online. They were the organizing force behind the coalition of elected officials and good government groups that made our city's open data law happen. They advocate for government open data and the laws, practices, and funding to make it happen. And they are this year's live stream sponsor. Thank you, thank you. All right, now some of the business, logistics. Also, if we don't cover anything, please ask questions. No question is a dumb question. So today is a curated community conference. For the past 11 months, BetaNYC and OTI have collaborated to make Open Data Week happen. And while this conference is organized by BetaNYC, we could not make it happen without our partners at OTI and Data Through Design. Thank you. Today it will consist of panels, workshops, and office hours. Let's see, these are our values. Just want to make sure that you know where we're rooted in our values. Again, we've got workshops, etc. We've got lunch, so many things. We got a happy hour later. Today we have over 650 registrants. We actually had to close registration because we were at capacity, so thank you all so much. Woohoo! Over 100 presenters, 60 volunteers, 40 sessions, one amazing day. Awesome. This is a bit of the breakdown. We are minimizing paper, so we ask that you visit the link displayed up top to access the schedule for the day. One note for lunchtime, please grab one lunchbox per person, so everyone has food. Also, the third floor cafe will be open at lunchtime. And one note about this room is please do not stand in front of the cameras because they are capturing our interpreters as well. Thank you, thank you. All right, the notorious cowbell. Cowbell means that the session is ended. When you hear it, that's time's up. We realize that it's not an inclusive way to end sessions, and we're gonna work on this next year. Speakers, it's crucial that you end when the cowbell rings. And again, please ask for help. Volunteers are in blue BetaNYC shirts and also high-vis vests. If you are 21 and older and joining us for refreshments, you will need to show government ID to get a wristband at registration. So look for volunteers. Again, on the first floor, we have our check-in table. On the third floor, we have our info desk. Yeah, okay. All right, you may have seen some of these shirts being sported today. Starting at 12:15, our gift shop will be open. You can support BetaNYC's newsletter and mapping classes by donating. During our first session, the registration table will turn into a gift shop, and you can buy your democracy swag. Also, we'll ship it to you if you can't carry it home or if you want it shipped to you. Also, we ask that you wear a mask. Flu's going around. We want to protect everyone, protect our loved ones. Stay hydrated. We have water bottles available. And also, please be respectful. We're really here to create community today, not just absorb information and leave like robots. We have a very clear code of conduct, and we will be enforcing it today, but hope it's all good vibes. All right, let's talk about photo consent. Let's see. Say it with me. Black lanyard equals? Okay. Without you. So let's give a round of applause to our sponsors. We also want to give a shout out to NY Connect All. If you haven't heard of them, their mission is to build New York State's digital infrastructure and connect all New Yorkers through the internet. The Connect All's office oversees statewide digital equity, the statewide digital equity plan, and administers over $100 billion in public investments across the state. Through their technical assistance grant, we were able to provide real-time American Sign Language interpretation and provide interpreters to deaf attendees. Thank you. Thank you to CUNY Law. They have been housing us for many years. We love to work with them. Thank you to our speakers today. Raise your hand if you're a speaker. Woohoo! Clap it up for them. Thank you to our volunteers. Raise your hand if you're a volunteer. Woo! School of Data is primarily run by volunteers. We couldn't do it without y'all. And thank you all, really. I hope you have a magical day. I hope you meet future friends, community, loved ones, etc. Who knows? And thank you especially to the Office of Technology and Innovation and the Open Data coordinators and all the people within agencies who make our data possible. Raise your hand if you work at OTI or are an Open Data coordinator. Clap it up for them. Okay. All right. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce our first guest speaker, Martha Norrick, who I always enjoy seeing, New York City Chief Analytics Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazzy. All right, hi everybody. It's so great to see you all. Jazzy stole my raise your hand if you're an ODC move, which I was 100% going to do, so sorry about that. But I just wanted to welcome you all today. It's so impressive. I mean, this is like the first truly glorious day of the year. It's going to be 75 degrees outside, and you are here in a windowless room because you love data so much, and you love New York City Open Data in particular. I wanted to also just take a moment to thank the Open Data team at the Office of Data Analytics. Yeah! Zachary, Kay, Alex, Ariana, Alfred, Alfredo, Sharia, Michael, anyone who's ever been a part of the Open Data team. I think there's some Jen is here who was a fellow last summer. We have many of you have been involved in New York City Open Data in some way over the years, and also very special shout out to Oliver, who's an honorary member of the Open Data team every year around this week. And they help put on the entire Open Data Week and also contribute to this amazing conference that we're here at today. I loved what Jazzy said about data being kind of, this representation or this abstraction of what humans are doing in the city of New York, because it truly is, if you think about it, every parking ticket that's written, every tree that's inspected, every, I don't know, you name it, that's like a human person going out into the world and taking a look at it with their actual eyeballs and then writing it down and then putting that row of data into a database somewhere that then the open data coordinators and the open data team bring to you, because it is your data. It is data that your tax dollars pay for they pay for that inspector to go out and check out that tree. And it is a critical way to understand what government is doing. And I think today, it's more important than ever to be a person who can really interrogate and understand what government is doing, and hold us accountable. We're so fortunate in New York City to have the Open Data Law. It was passed in 2012. Shout out to Councilmember Gail Brewer, who I don't believe is here today, but the primary sponsor of that bill when it was originally passed. We're really fortunate to have this law, but we're even more fortunate to have this community that cares about it and that will defend it and that will hold us all to the highest standards in delivering open data to you. Okay, I guess a couple last housekeeping things. Open data, this is sort of the culminating event, I guess, of Open Data Week. We've had a whole amazing week of programming. Hopefully you've been able to check out some sessions. If you didn't, that's okay. They're going to be online in a little bit after we edit all the beautiful videos. And you can also check out Open Data Week events going back now a few years, basically since we had to kind of come up with a new plan during the pandemic for how to have events. And then, so overview of Open Data Week. It's over, so Come next year if you didn't come this year. But what's not over is the Data Through Design art exhibit, which this year is going to run through April 6th, which is awesome. In previous years, it's only run for a week. This year, it is running for 2 weeks at Brick in downtown Brooklyn, conveniently located at the center of all transit lines in downtown Brooklyn. The Data Through Design exhibit this year is themed Corpus, Bodies of Data. I went and checked it out already. It's amazing. I highly recommend getting over there to check it out if you haven't already. And we're so excited to be working again with the Data Through Design Artists Collaborative, who spend another team of volunteers who spend an incredible amount of time and the care and love creating this art exhibit that every year I leave with like my mind blown. So and tomorrow there is a workshop and panel with the artists. So definitely worth checking out if you want to speak to the artists or hear a little bit more about their thought process for creating their work. Okay. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Jazzy, who is going to introduce our next speaker. And I'm thrilled you're all here. I hope to get to talk to classrooms on the 75-degree day.
Much. All right. It is my great pleasure to introduce a big supporter of BetaNYC's work and a phenomenal partner, a former tech worker, and someone deeply invested in creating an equitable public interest technology workforce, New York State Senator who also serves as chair of the Internet Committee and Elections, Kristen Gonzalez.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are you doing? Good. Oh my goodness, the turnout is incredible. I'm like, shout out. Can we give Noelle and the Beta team a huge round of applause? Putting this together. Well, and I can tell you it's really encouraging and heartening to see so many people continue to show up and then have those numbers grow. So it's truly a testament to the work that team is putting in. For everyone here, 2 things. One, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Kristen. I'm the state senator for District 59, which is right here in Long Island City. We got any Queens people in the house? All right, Queens, well represented. I was born and raised here in Queens. Really proud to represent a 3-borough district here in Queens, but also in Brooklyn and in the east side of Manhattan. And the second thing I wanted to say is we're in the middle of our budget process, the executive budget, which is during our legislative session, and for context, that to June every single year. And our executive budget, the big state budget, it's about over $230 billion, a lot of debates on how we use that. So my voice, after spending 4 days in Albany this week, is a little gone, so bear with me. But I promise my voice advocating for, honestly, our different technological systems in state government and ITS. Now we have a chief AI officer, which is amazing, after a bill that we introduced, and so much more, healthcare, climate bills. And so today I wanted to talk about my own journey to working in policy and being a former tech worker coming into office. And then I also I was asked to give some advice for some of the younger folks in the room who may be looking to do the same. So as I mentioned, I was born and raised right here in Queens. And my mom is a special education teacher. I grew up in a 1-bedroom apartment. Working in tech was not something that was even remotely on our radar. It was basically be a doctor, be a lawyer, certainly not a public servant, because public servants typically don't make money, and my mom's like, we need to make some money. And, you know, I got pretty politically active and radicalized when I was at a young age. I got into a school on the Upper East Side, and for 6 years of my life, I traveled between Elmhurst, Queens, which those of you who know Roosevelt Jackson Heights, you know that's a very working class immigrant community. And I would get off on the Upper East Side at 86th Street. And it was so obvious to me that this city was built different for different people. And in those 6 years, it got me to ask why. Why is our city designed to support the wealthy few at the cost of so many working people who I knew worked hard every single day? So if there are any high schoolers in the room, I started organizing in high school too. I started getting politically involved. And then when I went to college, I did the same thing. And did, studying political science. Doctor had to explain what political science was, but she was ultimately supportive. And I thought we could change these systems that were keeping our city the way they were by working through the legislative process. And I did that in a few ways. I worked in city council as part of the Young Women's Initiative in 2014 and 2015 under Melissa Mark-Viverito. In that role, we actually talked a lot about data and made some of the first data recommendations. We realized that even though the city provides a lot of services for young women, there was no data being collected on how many women were accessing those programs, what their demographic data was, and certainly geographic data. Are we getting across the city? Are young women across the boroughs aware that they can access these programs and support? So that was my first foray into how, honestly, public data is not used to the best of its ability, and certainly government is not filled with a lot of good data stewards. And then, I did that. We had policy recommendations, but those policy recommendations weren't funded. They ended up going nowhere. So I got a little frustrated, and I went to DC instead, because I'm like, if city council doesn't work, maybe we can go to DC and learn how to change these systems from there. And I worked on the Hill. I was in the last class of interns in the Obama White House, and I realized that I was surrounded by a lot of people who did not look like the people I grew up with in Queens, and also didn't necessarily listen to working people or everyday people. It was a lot of corporate interests. It was a lot of interests of wealthy, the wealthier folks in the country, because it was DC. And so I was actually pretty disenfranchised, and I left. When I transitioned careers, I thought about how I did stakeholder management and use those skills, even though I had a non-technical background, to transition into working in tech as a product manager. And I got a job at, eventually at American Express on their data teams, on their big data team, actually, helping, of course, work with our Scrum Master and engineering teams and our Scrum teams to build out a lot of the designs our user experience team and UX developers were creating for a positive experience for internal MS. But, you know, I still had the bug. I still felt like I wasn't able to answer the question, how do we bridge the gap between the two New Yorks that I grew up across? And if City Council hadn't necessarily done it, and if DC wasn't going to do it, I still wanted to figure out how to push for positive change. And so, like many of you who I think, you know, came here today asking maybe some similar questions, how can I get involved? How can I use the skills that I have for good? I looked around in my neighborhood, which at the time was Elmerson Jackson Heights, and I found like-minded people, and I started talking to them. And in just talking to my neighbors, I found out about a few things. I found out, one, about AOC's first campaign, and so I got involved. Any other folks who might have volunteered for that campaign? Okay, that's a good thing. That means we're spreading, because last time I think there were a few. The second thing that I learned about was community boards. I joined my local community board. I started working on the census because I also realized the importance of collecting data through the census to bring back resources to our community. And then as a tech worker, going especially into the pandemic, and whose mom wasn't able to literally get in contact with her students for classes because they didn't have access to the internet, I started the Internet for All initiative with New York City DSA's Tech Action Working Group. And all of these projects, whether it was working on the census or working through my community, you know, and the community board, working on Internet for All, as an average person, I felt that I could contribute back my own learnings at work or just in other parts of my life to make my immediate community better. And that process taught me that it's not government a lot of times. Government can affect good change, but it's actually everyday people who have the power to change every single system that we live under. And when we work together, when we create communities like these, when we organize from the bottom up, that's when we see our legislative, you know, and that's when we see the needle start. I'm here as an elected official, which I was not intending. I'll get to that in a second. I say that because I want each and every. You don't have to be an elected official to change all of the things you want to see changed. And that changing those things just starts with figuring out the few things that you're passionate about and talking to your neighbors. It's not as, I think, opaque sometimes as people will make it out to be, and the people who make it out to be that way tend to be the ones who don't want you to organize. So I look at this room and I see so much possibility. I see so much power. I see probably a lot of elected officials. Fun fact, Noelle's actually one of them. So we're seeing that direct relationship from Greenpoint. Any Brooklyn too in the house? Oh, okay. So Noelle's a neighbor, and we also in Greenpoint and Williamsburg represent. But going back to just the organizing that I did, that was some of the most meaningful relationships I made, and I want to encourage all of you to do the same, to find those networks. And then to finish a little bit of the story of my own background, it was through organizing around these things that when we had a redistricting process based on the data collected in the census, and a new Senate district was created, that the folks that I had worked with and organized with asked me to run for office in 2022. And I did that as, again, a tech worker, as an everyday person with no experience running for office, and initially saying no because I didn't want to go back to government. I was so disenfranchised by it. I had been burned, and I think I'd seen so many of the things I think you all have seen in the news every day, especially in Trump's first term. But those very wonderful people convinced me. They had a lot of faith in me, and in my first race, even though we were out, a lot of folks who hadn't knocked a door before or picked up the phone and called a neighbor, and that fundamental organizing, volunteer management, and also just bringing us together. We saw the results, the concrete results. And so I think both in my lived experience, but also in my now political experience, I like sharing that because it's another testament to how each and every one of you has an ability to change things, even when the deck is stacked against us. Amen. And it's a little stacked right now, y'all. It's a little stacked. There's a lot happening, obviously, at the federal level, a lot of cuts being threatened. And state is one of the last lines of defense against an increasingly authoritarian, fascist administration. You gotta call it what it is. And I think government works best not only when we're all involved and paying attention and thinking about how our city and state decisions can have more impact on our lives sometimes than even some of the decisions made in Albany, really impacted by your local governments. And I think it's important to know that when we're paying attention to what's happening, and also when we're using data to drive our legislative decisions, government can work better. So everything that you're doing as part of Data Week, as part of this event, as part of all of the panels that are happening, I see one on congestion pricing, for example. Those are all efforts to make our government work better using concrete data and facts at a time where a lot of our politics is driven by fear and not facts. So this is invaluable in this moment. You showing up is setting a better standard for our city and our state. Continues to grow, this continues to build, and this has the capacity for us to keep on bringing good things back for each and every working New Yorker. So thank you for being part of Open Data Week. Thank you for supporting BetaNYC. And I will finish with an invitation to all of you to reach out to my office if there's something that you want to see government doing, if there's a data project that you're working on and you want to see us use, please reach out. We're here to be a resource because we certainly are all in this together, and through our collective work, again, I know we can do good things. So thank you for being here. Can I take a question or no? Or did I run? Oh, okay. I was told I could take a couple of one question or two questions. One question. Does anyone have a question? Yes, right over here.
I was curious about your experience working in the census, and I know like how important that is to use the data to allocate money to communities. And so, yeah, if you could speak more to like building trust with those communities to get that information and kind of represent the federal side that like you were serving as a bridge with the federal government, but some people don't trust it and sharing that information. So if you could share any, experiences, how you were able to build that trust, I'd be curious.
Yeah, that's a great question. So it is really hard, especially now, to knock on someone's door. There's a lot of fear, especially in working class and immigrant communities, for very, very valid reasons. But that's why knowing our neighbors makes a lot, and being involved prior to doing these projects makes the most difference. And I say that because building trust within communities starts with offering something back before asking for someone for something, if that makes sense, right? I think, the groups that we were most effective working with were groups like Make the Road, who had volunteers who were culturally competent, but also volunteers who had been in those buildings before, who knew the neighbors on their floor, who were trusted validators that folks should share their information with us and explain why the census was so important. So having those on-the-ground networks are invaluable for so many things, campaigns, just resistance. I would say that's when the next census comes. I actually truly don't know what it looks like because of all the harm from the federal administration to date.
Thanks.
Thanks. All right, I will respect the one question rule. Thank you guys so much, and I'll be here for a little bit just in case. Thanks. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Senator Gonzalez. She's so inspiring. And without to welcome to the stage Orion's dad and and Executive Director of BetaNYC, who will introduce himself through sign language.
Can you give him the microphone?
Hello. My name the deaf community welcome. My role here
is I'm the father of a deaf son. Is that I am the boss of Beta NYC, or executive director. You can applaud. Today, now I'm going to pass it on to the interpreters to take over for the rest of the time. Thank you so much.
This is the reason why we have ASL interpreters. He's been at every conference since he was born. And I will skip the first paragraph because it is goes right to the heart. This little guy has let me learn so much about how we do not build an inclusive environment. And building an inclusive environment is a journey. And it's pretty much how my new parenting philosophy exists. Every step of the way, we must seek to understand each other and build pathways to communicate, and that this relationship is built on mutual trust. Becoming a father has opened my eyes to all of the ways that we exclude those who have different abilities. Being mindful of the small things means building an inclusive community. Today, we pay respect to all the Native peoples, past, present, and future, because we're on their lands. While we may have titles or leases, these lands were not ceded. Next, I want to clearly say that Black lives matter, that trans and queers lives matter, Palestinian lives matter, and disabled lives matter. We cannot move forward while our friends, families, co-workers are erased from data sets or history books. We cannot move forward when people stay in the shadows or in the closets. Our fight for the future is not siloed. Equality, equity, and opportunity are all interconnected. Small things matter in data sets, in our communities, and in our lives. Today, we ask you to be mindful of all the small things. In our solar system, we are this marvelous little blue dot. These two photos capture our home. On the left, we have the famous pale blue dot, that single bright blue pixel in the vastness of space, and that pixel is caught within a ray of sunlight. On the right is Cassini racing out of our solar system and waving goodbye. The pale blue dot was part of a final sequence of frames taken by Voyager before its camera was shut down to conserve power. It had completed its tour of the planets and had no further use for the equipment as it headed toward interstellar space. But Carl Sagan and Carolyn Porco, two imaging scientists on the mission, had argued for a family portrait of the solar system to be taken before the power down command was sent. One small act to capture the entirety of our species, our planet, and our humanity. In our galaxy, we are this little tiny speck of dust. And let me read this quote from Carl Sagan. The nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood, and the carbon in our apple pies were made from the interiors of collapsing stars. We are made of stardust. Today, we must remember that the universe is inside of us and that everyone deserves to be loved and everyone is welcome here. We cannot have today's conversation without these insights. So how is this connected to open data? Well, Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that everyone has the right to a freedom of opinion, expression, and this right includes the freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. The Age of Enlightenment gave us the belief in data and in science. These blossomed into the progressive era, which gave us the fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and peace. These are inalienable rights, and democracy demands data. If we believe in human rights, we believe in the fundamental right to information, especially the information to hold our governments accountable. Through the past week, we have engaged and celebrated our freedoms expressed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 4 freedoms that this community wrote as part of the People's Roadmap to a Digital New York City. We have connected, we have learned, we have celebrated innovation, and we have celebrated collaboration. Thank you all who have taken an oath to defend our Constitution because we know that these are tough times and we trust in your ability to defend those laws. From the laws that we have written for ourselves, we take the power to hold government accountable. And today we are celebrating that freedom, our democracy, and especially the people who make it happen. This is what drives us as an organization as BetaNYC. And I want to show you the small team that makes that. So please give them and all of our speakers and all of our volunteers a round of applause. BetaNYC is a civic organization dedicated to helping New Yorkers access information and use technology. We're a small and mighty team of 200 years of professional experiences uniting communities with tools and practices. I'll let you guess how we calculated that value. And as far as I know, no one is a vampire, at least that I know of. So how is BetaNYC meeting this very unique moment? First, all of you, well, 4,000 of you receive our new weekly newsletter. Every week we share the most relevant public interest tech data and design stories, job listings and events. And if you aren't subscribed, there's an opportunity to subscribe, so please click yes when you get that survey at the end of this event. Second, we're expanding our digital and data literacy programs, and in partnership we'll host something looking to complement. Thank you. Next year, we're looking to complement the Open Data Ambassadors Program with public interest mapping navigators. Navigators will leverage our parks and sidewalks as classrooms to teach open data while collecting missing data sets about the public realm. Our Civic Innovation Lab will continue to respond to the needs of community organizations and New York City offices. If you need data help, check out our Radar help desk on our website. Today, you'll hear how our lab assisted the New York Hall of Science and Hunter College. By the way, how many of you have applied to be on your community board in the last few years? Let me see those hands. You used a web form that was built by BetaNYC. We help borough presidents in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens ingest and analyze community board applications. We also help tenant protection groups access court data to ensure that people in the eviction process have support. You can hear a session about this as well. Lastly, we are building a broader pipeline for civic tech talent in New York City. This year, we're actively engaged in a planning process with CUNY Pitt Lab to expand our fellowship into an apprenticeship program. You should attend the CUNY Pitt Lab session to learn more about our collective vision of a civic and data analytics apprenticeship in New York City. Looking around the room, I hope you see that this is not another tech conference. And some of you aren't even technologists. Each of you is coming from a unique and valuable lived experience. You have a giant range of interests and skill sets. You've heard that from multiple speakers. Some of you have been involved in civic tech for decades, and some of you are brand new. We love you all. About a quarter of you work in government, 10% are journalists, many are data engineers, you're analysts, students, designers, librarians, educators, organizers, and yes, we look at the registration list. We are all here in the room because we want to improve some corner of the city, and you are part of our path forward. We believe that you just don't walk away, you level up with new connections and perspectives, you discover other people's struggles, you discover their insights and build solidarity. Yes, solidarity. This is not a scary word. To us, solidarity is a key ingredient in driving change and pushing the boundaries of what we can achieve for all New Yorkers. We believe that we cannot rely on people to come to us and that we need to meet people where they are. So we want to go back to a practice that helped form this community and has very much influenced all of the conversations that we've had with our associates board. Say hello to citycamp.nyc, which is going to be an unconference focused on democracy, civil society, neighbors, and government operations. At the end of summer, we hope to bring you back into this very room at CUNY Law School to discuss tools, tactics, and practices to ensure a strong local democracy. If you have a good use of AI, bring it. If you have a really good case study supporting your mutual aid, we love it. How you have a case study of how your team won a local campaign, I'm going to be in that session. We fundamentally believe that public interest technology is one tool in the toolbox of social democracies, and CityCamp is a venue for us to share, discover, and discuss all of the other tools in that toolbox. So visit citycamp.nyc to learn more about this vision, and I will fix the SSL warning next week. And now I want to take a moment to end with how I'm meeting the moment. The following words and opinions are not reflective of our partners, our sponsors, presenters, City of New York, nor the Fund for the City of New York, though they have seen these words. So I say the following words as your neighbor and as a cheerleader, and this is the last slide. So first of all, this could be our last School of Data. On January 1, 2026, we will have a new mayor. Well, we could have a new mayor. And for those of you who are registered as Democrats in New York City, you have a unique superpower. 11 weekends from today, early voting starts. This June is likely to be a very low turnout election, and we have a real stark contrast to choose from. Do we want someone who wears open data portals like shiny shoes, or someone who invests in teams that make them run? Do we want someone who strengthens tenants' rights, or one who regrets supporting the laws that are keeping people in their homes? Do we want our streets congested, polluted, and dangerous, or someone who supports mass transit, rapid emergency response, and safe streets? Do we want someone who supports the millions of us who work, or the billionaires who back them? Do we want someone picking fights and settling scores, or do we want someone who builds programs to address all of the issues that we're facing? Do we really want someone who thinks that they're above the law? How about someone who uses our tax dollars to malign and deposition into debt someone they've assaulted? I cannot emphasize enough the importance of turning out all of your friends and family. We need them to take this seriously. We cannot frack this moment up. Everyone in this room who can speak their political opinion should. We know that our immigrant and green card neighbors can't. I'm having an issue here. Citizens of the Republic, now it is a time to build a new Rome. We must teach, feed, house, and care. Center love over hate. Our liberties, our freedoms, our ability to work, and our lives are at stake. We do not have the luxury of time. Fascism will never win, not then, not now, and never again. When the long summer days look dark, I have a little prayer for all of you. My knowledge is power. I will learn from neighbors and build our power. Unity is our strength. There will be no kings, no masters, nor slaves. Together we will liberate. Our love is freedom. So say we all. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I hope you have a beautiful day and time to hack the planet.
Testing, testing. Hello, everyone. Welcome again. You are in the session titled Congestion Pricing, Data from the First 3 Months. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Matt Yari. Woohoo!
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming to spend an hour with us today talking about congestion pricing. And there we go. And what we've seen from the first 3 months of this program so far. I'll begin with just a brief introduction. My name is Matt Yari. I'm a data science manager on the MTA Data and Analytics team. Our overall team is about 25 folks. Some of them are in the room here. And our mission is to bring modern data techniques to bear at the MTA. What that means is we build modern data infrastructure for all of the MTA. We own the product experience of what does it mean to use analytics at the MTA. We manage our institution's open data program, and we try to use all of this for the most interesting policy questions facing the MTA, which today is congestion pricing. As we go through this talk today, I'm going to have the privilege to present some of the work from an excellent team of data scientists, policymakers, and analysts. You can see some of them here. I'll just kind of point in the general direction of a few folks who are here in the room. So if you want to do the Where's Waldo and look for one of these faces, they would love to talk to you afterwards about this project and what we've seen so far. So talking about, kind of what it took to make congestion pricing a reality here in New York, it's more than time. It's more than we have time to probably cover in one talk, but when I was thinking about what would be interesting to this audience, first, of course, I hope you'll leave here with a sense of how congestion pricing is working for these first 3 months. But I also hope you'll get a sense of what does it look like for a data team to come together for this type of program. What is the preparation that's needed? How does it all come together? And you get kind of a behind-the-scenes piece of what this looks like. So with that, as we go through this story, there are kind of 3 sections. First, we're going to talk about before the launch. What does it take to kind of be prepared for this kind of very public rollout of a new policy? We'll spend a lot of time talking about vehicle entries, kind of what is the simplest and most straightforward metric to look at for how this program is working. And 3, once we go through that, once we cover we show the hard work that it takes to make something simple, and you understand that, you can ask more interesting questions. What are we seeing on our streets? What are we seeing with our buses? We'll talk about some of that today as well. So starting with kind of the roll-up before the launch, we'll talk a little bit about the timeline, spend a little time talking about the role of a data team, I think for the technical folks in the audience, you'll be interested to hear a little bit about how the tolling system works. And we'll spend a little time talking about the MTA Data Lake, which is kind of our team's core offering. Again, a separate talk, but is the engine that we used to make all this work. So as folks remember, while congestion pricing kind of stopped and started again, if you rewind your calendar back to November, on November 15th, Governor Hochul announced that congestion pricing would be going live on January 5th. This became something that our team put on a whiteboard, and we essentially did a countdown of we have only 7 weeks to get this program ready. Of course, a lot of work had been done. There have been 5 years of environmental assessment, review, the tolling infrastructure had been built, but there is a lot of work that still needs to happen to make sure the technical system works and that everyone is ready for this to go through. So in those 7 weeks, maybe I'll just mention briefly what is the role, as I see it, of a data team. First, the most important job is to see the world clearly, to provide a clear single source of truth for what's happening and to make sure everyone understands it. And the second, at a place like the MTA, but I think any organization, is to serve as a relationship bridge, to make sure that everyone, both inside the organization but out in the public as well, is working and thinking through this same clear source of truth. What that looks like, of course, in this case, we do a lot of talking back and forth with the technical tolling system and the team that operates it. We use this to make sure, every day folks have an understanding of what's happening as metrics come in and data gets collected. We use this, of course, to do analysis. We want to understand what is happening with this program and in the city. But then it's also to talk to all of these folks, the policy team, the open data team, the finance team, legal team, other agencies, and ultimately the public. So I think when folks think about, if you are a data practitioner or work on a data team, it's not just working with the data, but it's owning this piece too. It's how do you make sure everyone is rowing together on the same current. So with that, let's jump into congestion pricing. So first, I think we should start with where is it and what is the Central Business District? The Central Business District is the area south of 60th Street, south of and including 60th Street. There's a little bit of further division. There are excluded roadways. The FDR Drive and the West Side Highway do not receive a toll. But all the other areas in orange, called the Congestion Relief Zone, is subject to a toll. If you're a vehicle that's equipped with a GPS, this is actually a pretty straightforward exercise. On the right-hand side is a geofence that our team made and is in use by all of the taxis, Lyfts, Ubers, to essentially track, just did a vehicle cross the boundary and wind up in the zone. But for all of the other vehicles, you have to have a bit more of an elaborate tolling system if you don't have access to this information. So if folks have walked through Manhattan, you might have seen some of these, tall 90-degree mast arms with what is a very advanced camera hanging from the rail there. There are about 100 of these detection points. They ring the perimeter of the CBD, and their job is to capture inbound vehicles when they cross the zone. Maybe just to say a little bit, each of these I think has 2, 3 NVIDIA GPU cards on it. It captures EasyPass transponders. It does machine vision to kind of pull out license plates, and it also identifies vehicle type as they come. It's a very cool piece of hardware that exists on each of these mast arms. But it gets a little more complicated still. So if you just want to think about, for folks who try to imagine, you have all this data being collected, how does it work for customers, and how would you have to understand it to work with the data? First, you have detections. These are instances of the camera taking a picture or reading an EasyPass transponder. And this might happen a number of times as a car passes underneath. You get the 2 images of the front license plate, you get 3 of the rear license plate, and by collecting that, you have a much better or a much more robust view of what happened. These get collapsed into a transaction. So there's a work to say like, all right, we had 5 camera detections. How do we turn into a transaction? Think of that as a single instance of a vehicle passing underneath a gantry. And maybe I'll just add one more thing. We are doing this in an urban environment with a lot of buildings, with parked vehicles, pigeons, garbage trucks, things on the side of the road. So some percentage of these detections actually go through human review, where we say, you know, the computer vision says this needs another look. Take a look at this image and just let us know what's going on. I mention all that because, as will come later when we talk about, you know, what does it take to release metrics quickly, this adds a couple days of delay, and we had to make sure folks were well prepared, as this was a key part of the program. After you have all these transactions, you have to stitch that together in a trip. A car may go in on the Brooklyn Bridge, go up on the FDR Drive, exit at another point, in doing so passing through 5 of these gantries. So how do you take all of that and put that into a trip? That's kind of the next piece of this pipeline. And then after that, someone gets a toll. So depending on the time that someone entered, the type of vehicle, whether it was their first or repeat entry of the day, or if they are part of any exemption programs, ultimately they receive a toll on their Easy Pass account or in the mail. For today, what we will be focusing on is trips. So I'll kind of use the word vehicle entries a few times. What we're talking about there is a single instance of a vehicle taking a trip that brings them into Lower Manhattan. So as you can kind of even just maybe see from that, this is a lot of data coming from just this system. We have millions of detections taking place every day, millions of transactions, and hundreds of thousands of trips that all need to be processed and understood if we want to have a sense of what's happening with this program. The reason that we have been able to work with this data so quickly, and again, this is the subject of another talk or a hallway conversation, is the MTA spent the last 2 years building something we call the MTA Data Lake. It's built on top of Azure, Airflow, Kubernetes, and Spark to essentially manage all of the next day analytics for the MTA. So while we use this for congestion pricing, this is the system we use to measure ridership on our subways and buses, where our buses are, where all the hardware is in the MTA system. And you know, I think I was talking to our head of data engineering yesterday. We process about 300 billion rows of data every morning so that users at the MTA, and ultimately the open data public as well, can query it in seconds. So that's kind of what this is. And what you can see here is this is the actual Airflow DAG that we used for the launch of congestion pricing, processes each of those trips, and helps us understand what's happening. And the result is, you know, essentially having all of this data next day from a single source of truth. So when you have this, it becomes possible to have shared clarity about a program. On the left, jumping ahead, this is kind of the open data metrics page. These are hourly entries that everyone in this room can currently work with. And on the right-hand side is some internal reporting that we developed for everyone to work on this program, look at this program every morning when they came into work. And the numbers are the same, and the data is the same. The internal team is looking at the exact same thing that the members of the public are, and having that come together, I think, has been really important for folks having just a very clear understanding of what's going on. And finally, again, just because the MTA has been, for years now, investing in having really strong data infrastructure, all of this was able to work really quickly on day one. So with that, we're going to now jump into the kind of key metrics for this program, what we've been seeing so far. So we'll talk a little bit about the importance of having fast metrics. We'll talk about the importance of having a clear counterfactual. What does it mean to roll out a program and have a clear measure of success for it? We'll spend some time talking about what we're seeing, and then maybe do a little bit of what we're seeing in terms of traffic. So just to maybe start with a note on the importance of having clear metrics quickly for this kind of rollout. On January 5th, this is when the program went live. When do people want to know what's happening with this program? the very next day. Like, you can't, like, right away, people want to know what's going on, what's happened. And while some things we can't say the next day, we want to understand really quickly what's happening. Because of everything I mentioned in kind of the preparation part of this presentation, we were actually able to do this really quickly. We were able to share data with the press on Friday, just 4 days after the program launched, of what we were seeing in terms of vehicle speeds, reduced traffic, and we were able to hold our first public briefing the Monday after. And I think I just want to pause and say, for folks who work in government or work with organizations, I am very proud of the team for being able to do this so quickly. I think this was a real effort that took a lot of sleepless nights, but also worked because of all the preparation work that was there. And I think this has been critical to our collective understanding of the program and the public sentiment that currently exists for it. This is kind of the New York Times story that ran 5 days after the program launched. And you'll see on the right-hand side are those vehicle entry numbers that we just talked about. And you'll see for every day of the program, this is what it was. Here's how many vehicles came in, which just, I think, was really clear for folks to understand. And also the first time that I think most people had really thought about how many vehicles are actually entering Manhattan every day. So with that, let's spend a little time on vehicle entries and why we focus so much on it. So if you were to make a simple theory of change for this program, first thing we're doing is we're applying entry tolls. You are going to have to pay a toll if you are driving into Lower Manhattan. The hope is that by doing so, there will be fewer vehicles entering the CBD every day. And after that, you get all the other benefits that folks have been excited about with this policy. Less congestion, faster road speeds, a safer pedestrian environment, better bus performance, higher transit usage, honking, trash, you name it. It all follows from this first kind of metric. Are there fewer vehicles coming into the CBD? So this is kind of the thing that we wanted to make sure we got really right and really clear. Holding on what the number is, just maybe to talk a little bit about the importance of having a counterfactual or a baseline. I think a lot of programs launch and they don't always think about this in advance. They don't say, what is our measure of success going to be, or what do we think would have happened had this program not happened or not gone into effect? When it comes to vehicle traffic, this was actually a little tricky. New York City, before we built all of these cameras around the city, did not have a comprehensive way to measure traffic for every day of the year. It only had a couple partial views. There's kind of an annual study that goes back for the last couple of years that will tell you overall traffic on the average day in October, called the Hubbound Report. There are monthly river crossing volumes that come out for the Port Authority, the DOT, and the MTA. The MTA, I'll say, we do release our river crossing data hourly. Not all other agencies do that. And then there is some limited pre-launched system testing data. So the cameras were running kind of for over the fall. We were using that time to mostly make improvements to the algorithm and kind of do ongoing system testing. But that did give us a little bit of a sense of what was happening, in this period when the program had not yet relaunched. And I think I'll just mention on this notion of a counterfactual or baseline, you want it to be simple, accurate, and very understandable. As soon as you start debating what is the baseline, I think you've lost the conversation. So the goal with this was to keep it really simple. And with that, there's kind of two parts that do make this simple. First, you want to understand what is overall traffic in the city. It's been about 640,000 vehicles in October for the last 3 years. It's actually been very consistent. So 2022, there were 642. 2023, 639. We measured around 644. So it's essentially all circling around a clear sense of about 640,000 vehicles come in October. Now, we were launching in January, and so there's another question, which is, okay, that tells you October, but as everyone knows, January is a cold month. People do not go out as much, so how do you know, and traffic goes down anyway. So how do you know that if traffic is lower than 640, that it's really due to the program and not due to just it being cold outside? On the right-hand side, you can essentially see from those 3 years of monthly river crossing data, there's a clear pattern to how traffic varies throughout the year. January traffic is about 9% lower than October. February traffic is about 4% lower. And by March, you're kind of at the same place as you were. So this allows you to essentially say, okay, we know what traffic would have been had this program not launched. It's about 9% less than 642,000. So this lets us have a clear understanding. You can kind of just track the program here. So on the first few months, you can say we were expecting about 580,000 entries per day. That's including weekends, so it's kind of average day throughout the week, growing in February and growing in March. So I'm going to pause here for a trivia question. If folks have paper or a phone to write down your guess, how many fewer vehicles entered the CBD last week, this is the week of March 16th, as a result of congestion pricing? So actually write something down. I'm gonna see how close folks get, but. All right. So last week, it was 560,000. So raise your hand if you put a number that started with 5, between 50 and 60,000. All right, you're under. How many people said 70 to 80? All right, and how many people said around 82,000, between 80 and 90? All right, I saw one hand. One person guessed in the 80s. So 82,000 fewer vehicles have entered Manhattan every day of the week since this program, for the last couple weeks. I want to pause for a sec and just kind of say 80,000 vehicles is a lot of space on our streets. If the average car is about 16 feet, 15, 16 feet, this is 242 linear miles of cars that we are talking about. This was kind of a fun Rorschach test, I'd say internally. Everyone has a clear opinion on what is the right way to visualize this, so I will show all three, and you can decide which one works best for you. 80,000 vehicles is enough to fill a parking lot that covers 3/4 of Central Park. That would essentially go from 60th Street up to 98th Street, all filled with cars. It is enough to fill all lanes of all of the avenues north of Houston Street twice. Just picture all of those roads just filled with cars twice over. Or it is enough to form a line from here to the White House. So of those three, you can decide which one fits your mental model the best. I think just maybe zooming out a little bit, this effect has been pretty consistent. Every week we've seen about an 11 to 13% reduction in traffic against what we think, against that counterfactual. And this lets us just kind of clearly count internally and in the public, what is this first order effect of the program? Every day for the last few weeks, it's been about 80,000 fewer vehicles. It's about 500,000 fewer vehicles per week. And since the start of the program, it's been about 5 million fewer vehicles deterred from this program. And then I think the other thing that was really notable about this period is that within 3 weeks of the program launching, all of this data was posted publicly to Open Data. I am not sure what the record is of like how quickly other agencies have done this, but this felt like a record. This felt like it was a very fast effort, and I want to thank a few folks in the team and then Lisa in the audience who runs our Open Data program for making this happen so quickly. And it's not just the vehicle totals. We wanted folks in this room to be able to work with the details of this data. This is data that is, you can, with this data set, look at how many vehicles are entering every 10 minutes by detection point, by vehicle class, and how many of them ultimately go into the congestion relief zone versus stay on those excluded roadways. So all of that's here to work with. We did a blog post of kind of some of the detailed things you can find. I'll let folks jump into that on their own, but you can download this and this data comes out every week. We've talked about the high level. You can use this data to understand the low level, just to give a sense of what you can do with it. These are passenger vehicle entries on the Williamsburg Bridge for the average weekday. You can see some fun things. You can see a lot of people race in before the toll changes at 5 p.m. Then if they've missed it, they kind of get coffee or they wait. They're kind of bummed for a bit. And then same thing at 9 o'clock, you have folks kind of entering there. And this is just, I think, a quirky, fun example, but just shows how people are changing their behavior pretty quickly from this. You can do things like understand how traffic enters from the entire region. About 43% of our entries come from Upper Manhattan, 24% from Brooklyn, 17% from New Jersey, and 16% from Queens. And you can, again, see kind of here's how they're coming in by each of those different crossings to Lower Manhattan. And I think, maybe just to say this again, like this detail and the very simple facts of the program can be seen with clarity by the entire public. You can download the data off the portal, or you can go to our metrics website where this updates live with how many vehicles are coming in each day. So now that we've kind of talked about the simple metric, how many fewer vehicles are we seeing, this opens us up to ask some more interesting ones. And I want to just say, if you don't get to do the simple things, you could have spent 3 months just on that. And so by getting that out of the way, we now get to kind of dig into what will be some more technical plots for this group. So first, are vehicles getting to the CBD faster? The short answer is yes. So this is data that comes from an entity called Transcom. The data is two sources. It is vehicle GPS data and seeing how fast they're moving, and it is EasyPass readers. They kind of measure how quickly cars move across road segments. And this is showing inbound travel times for weekday morning commute across each of the river crossings to Manhattan. So and this is what this is showing is speeds this year compared to speeds last year. So we are seeing double-digit improvements in travel times. Sorry, this is travel time. Improvements in travel times for each of the bridges going in. You also get to learn a little bit about things as you go through this. The Manhattan Bridge has actually been pretty well flowing for the last couple of years, but the Williamsburg and the Holland Tunnel and the Lincoln Tunnel are ones that have often run into extreme delays and congestion. This is showing kind of the overall overall picture, but if you think about the human experience of people actually driving into Manhattan, people don't tend to think about, my commute was 9 minutes and today it was 8 minutes. They tend to think about, did I have an awful 40-minute stuck in traffic experience? And so what this is showing is how many severe delays have been taking place on each of these bridges and tunnels since the program started, or how many folks had to wait 3 more minutes beyond what's called free flow, just traffic kind of moving. And you can see some pretty remarkable numbers here. In the Williamsburg Bridge, which was frequently one of the most backed up bridges, 65% of the time you were experiencing a delay. That's been cut to about 8% since the program launched. Similarly, on the Queensboro Bridge, that was about 50%. Now it's down to about 14%. This kind of note on its, yes, things are faster, but really there's greater reliability. It's a theme that will come up with a number of these. So that's folks getting to the CBD. Once they are there, are they moving faster? These are some technical plots, but I think this group can handle it. This is from a Stanford working paper put out by Professor Shoshana Wasserman, where she essentially is using Google Trip data to measure how fast vehicles are circulating throughout the city. This first slide, this is kind of the main takeaway, which is when you compare New York to similar cities, Philadelphia, Washington, DC, and Atlanta, that before the program launched, if one was congested, they kind of ran together. They would all sort of experience the same seasonal patterns. Since January, they have split. New York City's CBD is now moving about 15% faster than those other cities in terms of vehicles moving around within the zone. They also do something that I think was just very cool descriptively, which is because they have origin and destination data from Google, they can measure how much of a given road has traffic that is going to and from the CBD. So it's a little small, but on the lower right-hand side, you can see those are roads where 80 to 100% of the traffic is going to and from the CBD. They are roads that make sense. It's the Gowanus Expressway, it's the lead into the Lincoln Tunnel, but you can kind of see how this radiates out through the rest of the city. In the 60 to 80% level, it goes all the way down the BQE to Bay Ridge, And the 40 to 60%, you include much of northern Manhattan. And the point of this is by changing, by reducing the trips to this area, does the benefit radiate outside of that area as well? And what they are finding is essentially yes. So if you look at just the CBD, vehicles are moving about 15% faster. They're moving about 16% faster right next to the CBD, and then about 8% on those roads that are adjacent. This was a question I think a lot of folks had, which is if you make this change in one part of the city, what does it do elsewhere? And I think it's been very encouraging to see that so far, the benefit has gone outside of the CBD as well, and we are not seeing this traffic displacement in the way that folks had worried. And then finally, just on this paper, they do a fun thing, which is they measure the nonlinear relationship between speeds and entries. This is something that you see in the literature all the time, but I think it's been very cool to actually see theory become practice these last couple months. And what that means is we're talking about an 11 to 13% reduction in vehicle traffic, but a 20 to 30% improvement in travel time. And the reason for that is what you can see here, that these are nonlinear relationships, and if you make a small change on the Williamsburg Bridge, that can actually have very outsized returns because you are no longer reaching the constraints of that road. So that's the story we've seen so far for overall vehicles. Let's talk about our buses. So our buses are a little bit different. They have to pick up passengers. They are bigger. There are more obstacles that befall them on their route. However, we are seeing all local buses make 3% faster trips within the CBD. Kind of all routes, which I think is interesting. All of them are moving faster, but really we're seeing a big improvement on our express buses. So for express buses making stops in the CBD, which includes those crossings over the river, they're moving about 21% faster than they did last year. I think that's good for telling the story in the aggregate, but I think with a good data team who's been planning for this kind of thing and has built a lot of infrastructure, you can really dig into the human story a bit more. So what this is here, a subject of another talk, but we ingest into our data lake bus GPS data every 30 seconds. So every 30 seconds, the bus sends a signal back to home saying this is where I am. And we use this to infer how fast buses are going, are they encountering delays, and we can look at the very clear, fine-grained details of a specific bus run. So what this is showing is the B39, which is a bus that it's a short route, goes back and forth over the Williamsburg Bridge. And using this GPS data, we could see where was this speed benefit actually materializing? What part of the route was running faster? And it's essentially, the second half of the bridge. You would have traffic back up on that bridge as it came to Delancey Street. And now you can see year over year, it's moving faster beginning in that section, and that the overall folks are saving 4 minutes every time they take this bus across the bridge. This works for longer routes as well. There's a lot of folks who take our express buses from deep Staten Island all the way into Midtown. This is one that the Sim 24 is one that picks up near Richmond, goes up through New Jersey, across the Lincoln Tunnel. And I think this is just very fun. You can see right where the Lincoln Tunnel starts, where the Lincoln Tunnel ends, how much faster this bus has been moving through that tunnel, and how it's saved about 7 minutes in that section alone. So this is some of the things you can do when you are able to go deep on the data. These are slides, and then these are slides that I think some folks said were a little too complicated, but I think this group can do it. This is a slide showing essentially how many severe delays does each bus route experience. So it's a histogram of every single trip, in this case that the QM32 ran. On the left-hand side, you can see how many of those trips came in on the schedule, 5 minutes late from the schedule, 20 minutes late from the schedule. And you can see how that distribution has changed after the launch of congestion pricing. This is all year over year. So whereas before, about 54% of trips would be over 10 minutes late for this bus, that has been cut down to 20%, and the overall distribution has moved much further to the left. Again, this is the point that not just is it faster to ride the bus, but people are having fewer of those really bad experiences that they text their friends about, they text us at the MTA about, and that can really make your day frustrating. So we're very excited to see that change. Maybe just go through a few more of these. This happens as well. This is kind of the Staten Island routes. Those were moving a little bit faster from the Hugh Carey Tunnel, but again, a reduction from 15% to 9%. And we're seeing it on the crosstown routes in Manhattan as well. So this is the M42. That went from about a quarter of the time it would run 5 minutes behind schedule. Now it's down to 13%, and it's much closer to zero, where more of these buses are no longer encountering delays and obstacles and getting passengers to their destinations quicker. I will also mention a fun thing about the M42, which is that this is a free running bus. So now that we've made this change on our roads, in early February, we started a pilot to allow buses on select routes to run ahead of schedule. So normally when a bus runs, it tries to keep to a schedule and prevent bus bunching so that passengers are getting a consistent wait time. But now that we're seeing faster road speeds and less obstacles, if you take one of these 6 routes, that bus driver is just going to try to get there as quick as you can. And we're running this pilot, and we're seeing essentially what's happening on these routes compared to other local routes in Manhattan. So more to come on that, but I think a very fun example of a real-world experiment that you can run quickly once conditions change on the ground. And then I think I'll just mention a few things. I think as we're talking about all of these changes to our, what we're seeing in bus and vehicle speeds, it is happening in a context of growing transit ridership. As more folks come back to the office, as more, we rolled out a student Omni program that's seen great success. In general, we've continued to see strong growth across each of the MTA's operating agencies. Now, as folks remember from earlier, it's 80,000 vehicles, and this is 300,000 more subway riders year over year. So this is not driven by congestion pricing. I don't want anyone to leave here with that understanding. But I think just the point being that New Yorkers are continuing to use transit and it is growing, I think is a really important backdrop to this whole story. And then I think a final note, which is just that with more data in the public domain, this has really become a shared project across the city. With more things on open data, public and private, it was really cool to see some of the analysis that came from outside the agency in this time and kind of from the larger community of New Yorkers who cared about this program. So, if you look at open data from Broadway League, Broadway shows are up, restaurant reservations are up, and then this is the one that I think a lot of folks love. 311 complaints about excessive car honking is down 70% from open data year over year. And the DEP noise cameras have actually not issued a single citation so far this year. So with that, maybe I'll end with just a few concluding thoughts here before we move to questions. First, 3 months in, this program is working. We are seeing very clearly that traffic is down, that speeds are up, and that we are already seeing a real benefit on our streets. The second is that it does take a lot of work to see the world clearly, but once you do, the results hopefully speak for themselves. I hope today folks will have a sense of the work, preparation, and teamwork across many disciplines, from data engineers to analysts to the public to policymakers, that go into telling this kind of story the right way. And third, that these civic projects are really shared endeavors. I think the paradigm of open data has been a really clear winner. I'm really proud of the MTA's open data program for getting these results out in 2 weeks post-launch from a very technical system. And then it's allowed academics, policymakers, the press, activists, and all of the nerds in this room to have a clear stake in this effort. And I think more and more as that model continues, it is becoming the expectation. And then finally, I think just a note on shared endeavors. If I can borrow a line, I don't know if folks heard like Martha's line earlier, but it is 75 degrees out. Everyone here could have been outside, but instead you've chosen to be here to learn about congestion pricing, because we all care about this city, and we care about how these programs can help us write our own history for how we use our streets. So I want to thank everyone for coming. This year we're talking about congestion pricing. Who knows what we'll be talking about next year. And thank you everyone for giving us your time. All right. I think.
Thank you so much, Matt. For folks that want to answer questions, do you want me to help you kind of have a queue? Maybe folks can raise their hand. And before you ask your question, could you just say your name and pronouns? And I'll kind of keep a queue running. So please raise your hand if you have a question. All right, let's start over here. You in the blue shirt.
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Ricardo Toledo Crow. I'm from the Advanced Science Research Center, part of CUNY. This makes me super happy. This is the second congestion pricing I lived through, because I lived through the Stockholm one, and it works really well.
That makes you very rare in the world to have seen 2 congestion pricings.
Yeah. What have people done? Have they stopped coming in? Have they taken alternate routes? And also, what has been the effect on other parts of the city? Because I know this is a target for many people, this program. How has it affected in terms of speeding up or slowing down or people movement? It sounds like it's improved throughout the city, but places like the George Washington Bridge, has it affected it?
Yeah, so great question. So the question, yeah, so the question was,
Sorry.
yeah.
So behavior.
Behavior, how are folks changing besides the overall reduction? What's happening outside the CBD on other roads, and then just transit generally? Mm-hmm. So to the first one, for behavior, one of the things you can see is one of the things I'll just say is fun about open data is that everyone can look at this. They can see how is people changing their behavior by different detection point, and I think you saw here some folks are no longer choosing to go in during peak hours, and they're shifting their behavior to less congested times after 9 o'clock, spreading that out in a way that kind of keeps all of these roads below the critical threshold where congestion happens. We're doing analysis right now, I'll say, on sort of how certain pairs of entries and exits have changed, whether vehicles are spending less time in the CBD. So I'm not going to share those yet, but those will be perhaps in another talk. To the question of what's happening outside on the George Washington Bridge, we are seeing about the same vehicle traffic there this time as we did last year. So in general, congestion has been growing in the region. Speeds have been going down across all parts of the city. We have not seen anything that has suggested that has accelerated in any place, and the absolute count of vehicles on the Cross Bronx and the George Washington Bridge are unchanged after this program. And I think I really enjoyed that kind of Stanford paper, because it does get at this question a bit as well. You see that the reduced vehicle trips are leading to faster speeds on roads, not just in the CBD. And then to folks using transit, I don't have the specifics around, these subway routes have seen greater ridership, but in general, more folks are using the system. And one place where we've actually seen a lot of growth is on our express bus fleet. So a lot of folks, particularly in Staten Island, more are opting to take our express buses to come into the CBD. And that's grown about, I want to say it's about between 5,000 and 10,000 more daily riders this January versus last January on our express buses.
Any indication of carpooling? Increased?
None that I can cite right now, but I think that's a great question that I hope folks will study.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your questions. Let's take the question over here from the person with the blue cardigan. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. My name is Rowan. I have 2 questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
One is, what do you think the data could be used for if congestion pricing is built by the courts? We already have all these cameras installed. In your opinion, what are some of those benefits other than the data to understand traffic? And then the second is, what has been the response from taxi and rideshare drivers in response to the first few months of
Yes. All right. Thank you, Rowan. So two questions. So the first question was, what would happen? What could these cameras be used for if congestion pricing were to end for some reason? I'm not going to comment on that one. I think the law is pretty clear that congestion pricing is a state law and is moving into effect. And so there have been a lot of court cases, all of which have sided in favor of congestion pricing. So we expect that to continue as the story continues. To the question on rideshare, so how has been the response from yellow taxis, Ubers, and Lyfts? I'll share this was actually a thing that our team also spent a lot of time in those 7 weeks, was making sure that that would continue to work. So folks who take a trip within Lower Manhattan, they get either a 75-cent or a $1.50 additional fee for taking a trip within the zone. And that required actually a lot of work with their tech teams to make sure that the polygon was going to work, that we caught customer complaints right away. If folks were, there was one instance of a garage that was halfway down 60th Street that was like causing some false positives that we identified in the first day and fixed right away. And I think in general, the response has been positive, mostly because it's worked. There have not been technical issues. This toll is applied, and everyone's kind of able to continue their business while serving the goals of the program. And I'll just mention, I think actually on yellow taxis specifically, that segment of the industry is seeing much higher growth year over year. That's more due to, I want to say, Uber's ability to cross-dispatch onto yellow taxis, but they're up about 20% year over year in terms of their trips right now. So, and that's also on Open Data. The TLC releases all of that on Open Data.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll take a question over here. Person with the red mask.
Misha Avrik, pronounce he, him. Great to hear that buses are more reliable now. Is there any data on the school bus behavior and whether that has improved?
There is. It's not data that has come from our team, but I believe, I have the name of the company wrong, but the largest school bus operator, I think they do about 10% of school bus trips. They were covered in Street's blog a month or two ago saying they had seen same thing, faster on-time performance, better reliability, and they were essentially using their GPS data from what they had seen post-launch to the period before. So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but if you Google New York City School Bus Streets blog, their team has some good data out there to take a look at.
All right, let's take another question from the middle. The person with the checkered shirt, or right, yeah.
Sorry, Spencer Maines, he, him. The AAR acronym showing the alternatives that has seen increased traffic, that's not the Association of American Railroads, right? What
That's
is that?
not the association, but thank you for, yes, what is it? That is our Access-A-Ride program. So that is our paratransit service. So yes, Access-A-Ride is what that stands for.
So many. Let's take another question over here. Person in the gray shirt.
Yeah. Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay. I know that you're just starting to collect the data on this, but let's say, years down the line, you could redraw the CBD or maybe expand it outside of the region it's in now. Have you had any thoughts on the team about, based on the incoming data, what that might look like or what your wish list might look like?
Ooh, a good question. Well, let me say I think, so the boundaries of the CBD, I think, is more perhaps a community and political discussion than something that, the current boundaries, I think, well, it kind of goes, I think Mayor John Lindsay in the 60s kind of had some of the original proposals for this. It goes back that far. I know there was a lot of discussion between Albany community groups on whether the Queensboro Bridge would be included, and that involved studying a lot of what would happen on the Queens side of the bridge, and it being included was a big part to kind of make sure there wasn't traffic diversion hitting neighborhoods over there. So I think what's good about this kind of program is that discussion happens in the open. So I don't have a thought, but I hope you do, and I hope you'll bring it to the next version of this policy. Yeah.
Awesome. All the way over there, white shirt, black mask. Yes, thank you.
You mentioned earlier that there was a 3-day-ish delay for times when the camera wasn't able to identify the vehicle. How is that reflected in the next day data, and is there any plans to reduce the significance of the delay?
Yes, so that affects, it's a relatively small percentage of the transactions. The question was, how is that 3-day manual review handled in the data? We're currently, so for this, we externally release data with that 3-day lag. So we essentially want to make sure that the data is complete, and that's when we release it. And then we also make sure that if there's ever an issue that comes up, so for example, someone disputes their toll, the customer was right, there was a mistake, and that changes one vehicle entry for, like, say, January 27th, we update that as well. So this is always a historically updating, like, full view of vehicle entries that you will find on Open Data. To the question of what, I think this is maybe just more of a fun process question, if folks are interested. We had that 3-day lag of having complete data, but of course people want to know, ourselves included, right away what happened next day. We actually built a pretty good internal forecast. In your row is someone who built that forecast, who essentially said, like, based on detections, can we come up with an estimate of where we think vehicle entries are going to be? And it's actually been accurate within about 2%. So that's purely for our internal understanding, but an example of how you, with a little bit of data science techniques, can solve around some of those operational constraints.
All right. Person with the black sweater.
Thank you for the great talk. I wanted to ask more about the technical side of things. What were some challenges that you ran into with your computer vision algorithm? And then how do you handle vehicles where the license plate might be obscured or not visible? I guess I'm asking, like, is there a difference in terms of the reliability based on vehicle type, and, like, computer vision algorithms are not equally reliable across different objects, for example?
So it's the question of how, the vehicle computer vision piece. So the way that the team does this is that they do a lot of back testing. So essentially they either send vehicles through the camera system, or they review, there's also a video camera on there, so they look at, how do we measure the test and training data of what's coming through and how's the computer tagging it versus what is coming through. This, I don't think I can say the actual number, but it is very low. It's less than 1% really of times when we're seeing, like, real obscured plates or like issues of tagging. What is fun though is I do talk to this team pretty often, and I feel like every week they come with, like, 5 examples of, like, the craziest thing they saw on the camera this week. Of they're like, there's this hotel and they started letting us park cars overnight and that's messed it up, and now we've developed this cool workaround. Or this was a halal cart that was attached to a sedan and we, like, didn't know how to tag it, but we, like, figured out the halal cart piece. So there's, like, the team, I think, is always going through these examples and always making improvements throughout. So it's been cool to watch them do it because they're quite good at it.
Person in the back over here with the brown sweater.
Hi, I'm a student from Brooklyn College, and so it's cool to see that 82K fewer vehicles because of the congestion pricing, but I wanted to know if there were any efforts made to kind of know who the 82 vehicles were, because, oftentimes with financial barriers come with some sort of racial barrier, kind of like an implicit connection between the two. So I wanted to know if there were any efforts, or will there be any efforts to kind of make sure that that's not an issue.
Yes, great question. So the question is, who is not coming and how has that changed? The 82,000, we don't have kind of a physical, this person came from these places, but the question of how it's changing is being currently studied. So this is kind of the quick view of the data, but the legislation mandates a 6-month review in writing and an annual review, and those are going to be much more involved reports. And that question is being looked at, essentially, how is the geography showing up here in terms of where vehicles are coming from.
All right. Person with the yellow shirt, yellow long sleeve shirt. Yep. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nadeshta. Pronouns are she, her, hers. My question is related to, you mentioned a little bit about the fact that, like, restaurants are seeing a higher increase in like reservations and all that stuff. I think one of the biggest questions or kind of issues was also presented around this was how this is impacting small businesses or impacting businesses in general when it comes to the fact that, you know, delivery truck drivers are going to get hit with this. How is it going to impact our delis, are kind of just like more smaller businesses? Is there any information on that impact and whether like prices have increased because of this, or how the communities are reacting to this?
Yes, so the question on, right, what is this doing to not just restaurant reservations, but the rest of Lower Manhattan? This is where I think, if I put on my data science manager hat, that, you know, correlation does not equal causation, and we are all looking through this, unable to kind of test these things. And what's going on right now, there are many things that go into the price of something. This is one factor, but there are many things going on in the global supply chain that also play a role. But so far, like generally, like we're continuing to see small businesses reporting greater sales. Folks have looked at kind of credit card spend. These are folks outside the MTA, so I'm not citing it too strongly. But I've looked at retail spend and credit card data, and are continuing to find annual growth in spend in the CBD. And I've been surprised that my deli has not raised prices on my egg and cheese in the morning, despite the cost of eggs going up. So that's an anecdote, but I've just been impressed with my deli down there. But I would say that's something that hopefully we as a community can continue to look at as well.
We only have 3 minutes left, and we got a lot of questions. So before we take another one, is there a way we can reach you or your team?
Yes, I think, here, I'll jump back to, I'll put my email up if folks want to reach out to me. There's also open data at mtahq.org, and we'll be here, you know, for the day as well, if anyone wants to catch me or a few other folks on the team at lunch. So we are here if anyone wants to chat.
Awesome. Any more questions? Person in the white long sleeve over here.
Hi, my name is Nikhil, pronouns he, him. So I think many of us are aware of how fraught the legislative approval and review process was for congestion pricing. And I'm wondering how you see efforts like this kind of contributing to reducing some of that gridlock in the future and, I don't know, like giving us a little more control over our city?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty straight line in my mind. I think, there was a lot of debate around whether this program would go forward. And as soon as it launched, people wanted to know whether it was working, and were looking for many opportunities to find that something was off. And I think sometimes what's more interesting is like the headlines that don't happen. And I think the fact that the system worked right away, that everyone understood the traffic number right away, I think was really important for the conversation moving into what I think is a more productive place. You could rewind the tape. You could imagine an agency that doesn't know how to measure how many vehicles are coming in, what the difference is. People are calling into question the credibility. And I think when that happens, you're in a much trickier conversation. So I think these kind of efforts to tell this story clearly, I think give greater confidence in other civic institutions to do similar programs. They give a good roadmap for what should be expected of them as they do it. And I think, the more that you do these projects, the more practice everyone gets, including at the legislative level. So kind of the more you do it, the more you do it. And I think that's how I would draw the connection.
Thank you so much, Matt. We're at time. Let's give him a round of applause. And we got 15 minutes till your next session. Enjoy. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, awesome. Thank you for making it. You are now in creating a multimodal urban planning simulation for diverse publics using NYC Open Data. Our speakers are Catherine Culp. Let's give it a clap. Woohoo! Let's give her a clap. Amelia Merker. Clap it up. Jenna Lang. and Andrew Kittredge. Passing it to them.
So I'm using this mic there? No. Yes. Okay. Hi, everybody. Is this before lunch or after lunch? I want to know how sleepy you are. This is before. Thank you. That was very generous of you. And if there aren't any sandwiches left, I will work it out for you. I'm Katie Culp. I am the Chief Learning Officer at the New York Hall of Science. This is my first time at this conference. I am loving it. This is an amazing group of humans, and I'm just so excited that we get to share this project with you today. I'm going to be very brief because these are the people you want to hear from. My colleagues are Amelia is also at the New York Hall of Science with me. Jenna is from Trivium Interactive, which is a media design company based up in Boston. And Andrew Kittredge, I think maybe some of you already know and love, as he is from BetaNYC. So we have been working together along with a bunch of other colleagues on a exhibit piece that is part of a larger exhibition that Amelia will tell you a little bit about. But what I want to just start us off with is everything I think that all of us do is in some way connected to the idea that all of this data that is out there in the world that we are collecting, that we are all working with, needs to become more relevant and more accessible to broader publics, to inform people's decision making, to help them be active residents of the communities they live in and contribute to decision making. So one of the things we think about a lot at the New York Hall of Science is how to take emerging science, complex topics, powerful tools, and how to think differently about interactive design and forms of engagement that are going to not only technically make those things available to people, but make the big ideas behind them, ideas that broader audiences can be exposed to. So the idea I want you all to be thinking about as you listen to my colleagues is, for a lot of people, I'm thinking about my parents, for example, the idea that data is something that you can tap into to gain insights about the community around you is simply something most people don't think about. And that may feel very far away in this room today. That doesn't mean people aren't perfectly capable at being really, really good at it really, really fast. But we need to give people ways into those experiences and ways of thinking and ways of talking to each other that can bring them in, that can give them an invitation that can be, again, not only technically accessible, but actually meaningful and maybe even fun to begin exploring. So that's sort of the frame I want to ask you to think about as we start this conversation. So my colleagues are each going to be doing a little bit of an overview of the aspect of this exhibit piece that we have developed together, which, by the way, is going to open to the public on May 3rd. And then we're going to have a little bit of a conversation and hopefully have time to bring in some of your insights as well. So thank you and welcome. Thank you to BetaNYC for an unbelievably thoughtful and well-designed event. It's just so great to be here. And Amelia Merker.
All right. My name is Amelia Merker. I'm the exhibits manager at the New York Hall of Science, and I'm here to talk about CityWorks with you all today. CityWorks is a permanent exhibit that will open on May 3rd, as Katie said, thank you, where we invite New Yorkers to experience the city as an engineered environment where past choices shape our lives now and how our choices shape lives in the future. This exhibition is a permanent exhibit that's about 6,000 square feet, so it's pretty big. In CityWorks, we have 5 different sections, and we're going to focus on one today, but the 5 sections we really dive into are transportation, water and wastewater, sanitation, urban development, and connected city systems. Within the exhibit, we meet lots of people who work in New York. We have a series of worker stories where you get to listen to how people go about their lives and work and make New York City work. We also look at how infrastructure, again, shapes and changes our lives. Today, we're going to focus on the connected city systems part of this exhibition, and we'll dive into a specific exhibit. Let me go back one slide. So I'm gonna move, sorry. Does the mic come with me? Yes, okay. Transportation, water, wastewater, sanitation, and urban development are on one level of the exhibit. You go up a ramp to, it's about 4 feet off the ground, to a connected city systems section of the exhibition. And we did this purposefully so that you are experiencing all of these individual pieces of New York City infrastructure. New York City is our case study, but this is really about all cities. Before you get to see how all of these connected systems come together and make the city run. I kind of just said that. Okay. So the exhibit we're gonna talk about specifically today is the neighborhood simulation tables. Here, visitors can add or adapt. Let me back up. This is 3 different tables that are designed to represent different kinds of neighborhoods in New York City. At these tables, visitors can add and move buildings in a neighborhood to stack blocks, and these blocks add up. Don't worry, Jenna's gonna tell you all the details about these really cool blocks. These blocks you can stack, and the data we've used from BetaNYC. The data is run through a program that tells us more about how the buildings we make, or the decisions we make placing these buildings, impact transportation, sanitation, and wastewater, as well as population in each of these little neighborhood tables. There's a data dashboard that shows the state of these neighborhoods as individual neighborhoods. So when we first started, I'm gonna take one big step back from when we started pilot testing. So pilot testing is really important to making exhibits because we wanna kind of understand what people know and how we can grow that knowledge and what they're interested in and all kinds of stuff like that. What we learned in our pilot testing really helped define the goals that allowed us to bring in these very important partners with Trivium and BetaNYC to design and complete this exhibit. This is a video of the pilot test we did, and we learned a lot from it, so I wanted to make sure we included it. So some of the goals we had for this exhibit is we wanted to make sure that you couldn't win or lose this game. It's important to make sure that there is no right or wrong answer. This is about how your decisions and choices impact the larger gameplay. Another thing we wanted to make sure we included was that we were never starting from zero. So in our design, we wanted to make sure we included some permanent exhibits, but also that was reflected in the data. So when you come up to this exhibit, even if there's no play blocks on the exhibit, the data is still there. It's not starting from zero. Every neighborhood has a different starting point, a different baseline that's based on real and actual data. The next goal was to use physical pieces that could infinitely stack. And that sounds like an easy task, but Jenna will tell you how it wasn't. Back to our pilot testing, we discovered that people were more interested in stacking buildings than anything. And that's a really important part of New York City, right? And of cities in general. Building up is an important part of being able to create a city that is diverse and livable by many people. So that was an important and a very important part of this that we'll get into more. Another thing we wanted to make sure we used real data. This was the foundation of this experience was based in real data. And how can we make that data understandable and useful to our visitors, and how can we use it in a way that isn't scary? We wanted to represent different kind of neighborhoods. So the 3 different tables represent, we used data from different neighborhoods, including, we did like a urban We did like a local neighborhood, like a Sunnyside kind of neighborhood. We did like a Red Hook sort of neighborhood, and then we did a Midtown. We wanted to make sure we weren't just focusing on Manhattan. And then last but not least, immediate and clear feedback from play, which was in, so that you were seeing how the data you, or the blocks you were placing were impacting the data sets that we were including. And all of these goals led us to Trivium and BetaNYC, which were the best partners in helping us figure out how to make this a reality. So I think, Jenna, you're up next.
Hi, so my name is Jenna Lang, and I work at Trivium Interactive, an interactive media design and production company. So we create digital media at a variety of museums, such as NYC, zoos, corporate centers, anywhere that really has a story to tell and an educational purpose. I'm a content producer at Trivium Interactive, so I am a writer and an interpretive planner, but my background is in research, specifically in health communications research. So in my role at Trivium, I'm really excited that I'm able to take real data, real subject matter expertise, and serve as an advocate for that content through the media production process, whether that's through making sure that our interpretive goals are grounded in truth, or serving as an advocate for those interpretive goals so that the users at the very end of our media production actually come away with the messages that we intend them to. So when NYC approached us for this project, we were really excited because they had already developed such strong interpretive goals and had a really thoughtful understanding of how they wanted to educate their visitors. And it was really exciting because they wanted to educate them through exploratory play, and we are all about that. So we came up with this big idea that city systems are interrelated and impact each other in ways that affect the quality of life, health, and well-being of residents. And the interrelated impact of these systems is largely determined by the decisions of city planners. We really wanted visitors to be able to step into the shoes of city planners, and by interacting with this table and building their own city, they would see that it's really people that affect city systems, that the way a city feels doesn't just happen, but it's created and it's constructed, and the data shows us how. It shows us that connection. So we next came up with the main messaging goal, which for this was that the messaging will be built into the interactivity of the experience by means of immediately visible, graphically represented cause and effect. It was really important from the NYC team that this did not feel like boring, it did not feel like school, that this exploratory play was the way that visitors were learning. It wasn't being taught in a didactic way. So the visual changes that the program ended up showing is showing the cause and effect relationship between buildings and city systems and the feeling of daily life. The social media component, which you'll see in the next slides, also added some local context and feeling because, as we all know, social media is where residents often can advocate their loves and their hates most strongly about their city. So we wanted that to feel real and also provide some levity. But it was essential that the information that visitors were learning was not ever conveyed exclusively through text. We really wanted it to be visual and it to be really graphically represented. The last main messaging point was that the decisions that users would be making as they're building their city would always involve a trade-off. That there would never be, as Amelia said, never be a way to win or an ideal way that a city should look. And these trade-offs, like developing how the trade-offs would work for each type of block, was really a driver of the data portion that Andrew will go into a bit more detail on later. So our first user testing, this was not the first user testing. NYC had already done this really great prototyping pilot phase, but even still, not counting that, I think we did 8 different user testings just at the Trivium offices. So this was one of our most iterative projects that we've done. Each of those sessions had different setups of the way that the tables would be set up, different ways of showing the feedback, all with the goal of looking for the best visitor experience goals here, and the clearest way to get our interpretive messages across. Some of the things that we varied were the layout of the city itself, the layout of the area that visitors were able to play. We used LED panels instead of just one giant monitor. And while we ended up with a classic rectangle shape, we considered other different shapes like a U or different layouts of comparing the play space versus the physically fabricated buildings that appear in the back and set our baseline data. We also varied the way that visitors see feedback on the systems through this control panel. The manila folder at like the bottom left is one of our control panels, and we played a lot with where those control panels would live and how many there'd be. We ended up with one control panel in the center, which was really an encouragement of collaborative play from the visitors. But in this version, for instance, we had 3 different control panels. And then we also varied where the feedback would occur, what types of feedback would show up on the control panel versus on the city streets itself through icons about the water, the waste, and the traffic. The last piece was that for the design of this, we really wanted visitors who were like middle school, like late elementary school age, to think that this was something they would want to do. So in the design world, the hardest piece of feedback is that it's something educational, that they call it cool. And we were really waiting to hear that magic word from our user testers. And happily, we did get there with kind of a Fortnite-inspired look. So if anybody plays that, we'll probably recognize some of the colors and the pops of graphics that we use here. So at the same time as we were working on the design, we were also really thinking about what types of technology would be the best way to tell this story. NYC knew from the beginning of the project, and our user testing only confirmed that we really wanted a combination of physical building blocks and then digital feedback. This was the clearest way to get the cause and effect messaging across. But the setup of the space within the broader CityWorks exhibit made it so that our go-to technologies for this kind of physio-digital interactions wouldn't work. The tables are in the center of the room. They're not against the wall. The room is really bright. It has these they're gorgeous, but they're really changing lighting conditions through this walls and ceiling of glass. And so that precluded camera-based technologies that just wouldn't have the consistency of performance that we would need for a successful exhibit. And lastly, the concept of being able to have a user stack the blocks as high as they could possibly reach was a huge challenge. The typical technology for something where we're tracking physical blocks in a software program is RFID tags. Those weren't working once you get past about 3 buildings. And there's way more stories in a lot of these New York buildings than 3. Stacking also made camera-based technologies like LiDAR, ultra-wideband, other types of depth sensors really difficult because once you started stacking high in the front, the sensors can't see what's going on behind that. So when visitors are building in a like on an XY plane, you really could only accurately represent the buildings on the edges, and we needed to see that middle. So we ended up realizing that the best way forward was to develop a new technology. And this is not how exhibit design typically works. Typically, we retrofit existing hardware with custom software. So this was a huge ask for NYC to trust us to make this happen and to make it happen on time and in budget. So we were really grateful that we had built this relationship of trust over the user testing portion of the project. And we think that we came up with a really unique and special experience that their visitors can have and they can't have anywhere else. So this is the technology that we came up with. It is custom blocks embedded with one-wire circuits and software that detect their presence on bases. So the orange blocks at the left here, each of those represents a building. So it could be a house, a store, a park, anything like that. And they stack together with little magnetic connectors at the bottom. And the bases have that same magnetic connection. So as users put buildings or stack, the signals go from the stack down through the base to a microcontroller and then to the computer program from there. Next, we merged that hardware with a software system that recognizes the block placement on each of the bases. And it does this in real time so that as visitors are adding or removing blocks, they can see the immediate feedback of changing that block or that stack of if they pick up a block, all of the blocks above it are also recognized by the program as being removed. This is our last type of user testing that we really did to make sure that this data was coming through for people. We fine-tuned the data for interpretive goals. And this is a step of our user testing that we don't always get to do because not all of our projects are grounded in such extensive data as this one. So I'm always really excited when we get to have this portion of our process. Our goal was to make sure that the data was both accurate and accessible. We wanted the learning of this experience to be accessible for both people who read English, Spanish, or read another language or do not read at all. So all of the key interpretive takeaways happen from like graphic visuals using density mapping instead of text-heavy displays. The text that does appear does provide that local context, some extra flair, some extra humor, and that appears equally weighted in English and Spanish, which is relevant to NYC's audience. But importantly, none of this vital information is exclusively conveyed through text. There's always a visual way to do this experience and have all of the takeaways without using text. And the last piece of our fine-tuning, Andrew will get more into detail on the data, but we've balanced the data to provide balanced feedback. And essentially, we had users play and ask them what their takeaways were and what they were learning, listen to them as they were playing, and we varied the software program's, the amount of feedback that it put out for each block change or each situation that could occur. So we varied the amount of graphic little like emojis that appear when you put buildings down so that whether you're putting down only a few buildings or a bunch, you're getting really impactful feedback that's not overwhelming. We also varied the messaging type and frequency so that the social media messages enhanced the experience but didn't distract and didn't take away from the core like systems feedbacks. And lastly, we also adjusted for rate of play. So if one person is using this experience or people are using it slowly, only changing a few things, the program will put out more feedback per block than if there's a bunch of people using it, things are happening really fast. The program will kind of slow it down a little bit so that they're able to see the impacts and see the takeaways without just like craziness happening. We have a little craziness, but not too much. Yeah, so now I will pass it away to Andrew to talk more about how we integrated this data into the project.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for being here today. I'm really grateful. I know today is a series of very hard decisions, so I'm happy to see you all here. So my name is Andrew Kittredge. I'm the director of the Civic Innovation Lab at BetaNYC. The lab is where BetaNYC addresses civic challenges with government agencies, nonprofit and community-based organizations, using data, technology, and design to tackle problems. And the way we do this is by acting as an interpreter between raw data and end users to create meaningful information. So a lot of times this ends up in helping with the decision-making process, or it may lead to some kind of policy recommendation. Senator Gonzalez earlier spoke about this, that process of taking data and forming those policy recommendations. But where we find meaning in our work, what drives us, is that not every organization, not every municipal agency has the ability to do that. You know, not everyone has a data scientist on staff. Not everyone has a data analyst, engineer on staff. You know, if you attend any of the Open Data Week events and you stick around for the Q&A, a lot of times what you hear is, you know, some bigger city agencies are doing really cool things, and a lot of the audience members are working at smaller agencies who have some of the same concerns, but maybe they're on a team of just one or two. Maybe it's not a big part of what their job is, but they recognize the importance in being able to get that useful information out of the open data that are out there. So I'm going to give two brief examples of the work that Lab typically does. And then I'll give an overview of what we did with NYC in Trivium. So this year, as some of you may know, the MTA released its data set of bus route segment speeds. So what this gives you is an average speed between every stop on every bus route every day, you know, from 2023 and moving on, you know, into the future. So using this data set, you can ask questions about where are the successes, where are the challenges in the bus route network. But in order to do so, you have to crunch a lot of data. Again, you know, if you took the bus to get here today, the average speed between each of those stops you took to get here will eventually end up in this data set. So working with it, you know, if you're not comfortable with working with data, you know, that's a really daunting task. So our goal here, working with the Manhattan Borough President, they were interested in understanding what was going on in different crosstown bus corridors, you know, given the success of the redesign of 14th Street. So, you know, our goal here was not only to process the data, get to these summary results, but then also to communicate them in a way that was clear and easy to understand. And the way we ended up doing this is by comparing average segment speed to walking speed, right? So the red segments you see here, especially on that bottom row, that's the eastbound corridor, anything that's red is slower than walking speed. So if you have a segment of a bus network that's actually going slower than walking somewhere, you know, there's a real problem going on there. And that's where you should be looking to see what can we do different here. Another example of, you know, some of the problems that data presents are seen here. This year we were approached by a transit advocacy organization, and they were concerned about the rise in vehicle use in New York City for commuting since the pandemic. Most other cities, you can study these effects, changes in how people are commuting through something called vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. But New York is unique in that it actually doesn't collect this information. Instead, your best option is working with the Department of Transportation's citywide mobility survey, which they do about every 2 years. So this organization had, you know, wanted to get a better understanding of how vehicle use was changing in New York City. They reached out to someone at DOT who said the years are designed such that the methodology is comparable. And they provide a summary report every year that shows some changes from year to year. But there's some problems with the report. The slide on the left shows you the information they give you about that mode share, what percentage of, you know, transportation mode are people using to get to work or to get around. But it collapses a bunch of the categories and reduces the detail that you can get out of this survey. So to get those more detailed results on the right, you actually have to work directly with the survey data. And this is something that our contact at this organization just didn't quite feel comfortable with. They hadn't worked with survey data before. They didn't know about weighting methodologies, this and that. But they approached us. We crunched the numbers, we accounted for the differences between the 2 years, and we were able to get them the information that they needed, that they knew was in the data, but they just didn't know how to get it. So in both of those cases, we're doing data analysis to lend support to decision making, to policy recommendation, or in organizations' advocacy efforts. We were excited by working with NYSCI and with Trivium because we were approached to do that same kind of interpretive work to provide meaningful information, but for a different audience and for a different goal, right? So here, rather than getting to specific analysis, specific figures, we are supporting the learning process here for younger learners and their families. So that's not something we typically do. So that's why it was really exciting to work with them all. So as you heard earlier, the way the simulation works is that for each of our sort of archetypal New York City neighborhoods, we have a neighborhood base profile score for these 3 city systems: waste, flooding, and traffic. Each of the block types used in the simulation, we have some kind of score. How does green space affect waste? How does it affect flooding? How does it affect traffic? And then the sum of that base profile score and all the blocks present on the sort of playing table of the simulation results in those new system scores. So that's where you see that feedback. If I add this park, if I add this parking garage, how does that affect these city systems? So I'll give a brief example of how we got to one neighborhood baseline and how we determined one of the sets of scores for one building type. Again, we're typically, when we're doing this work, we're using, maybe 1 or 2 data sets to get to, a specific analysis. But the work here was a lot more open-ended. So we started out thinking about what's every data set out there that we could use to think about trash in New York City. What about flood risk? How do other people measure flood risk? How does that work? What's available for measuring traffic? What's not? How do we make up the difference? In the end, I think we ended up using like 20 open data sets, I think something like 11 city, state, and federal reports, and a couple academic papers as well. For traffic, for example, we're interested in flows. How does the effect of one building affect, the flow of traffic? So we ended up thinking about traffic in terms of congestion. And the way we did that was by comparing counts of different modes of transportation to the amount of supporting streetscape infrastructure. And the data sets that are listed there on the right demonstrate some of the kind of trade-offs, some of the limitations we had to work with. We knew we wanted to consider many types of traffic, not just vehicle traffic, not just subway or bus traffic, but we wanted to include pedestrian traffic, cycling traffic, vehicular non-truck traffic, and truck traffic. But there isn't one comprehensive source of data for pedestrian traffic in New York. How would you define that? Is that people walking around on sidewalks, but what about people who walk in the middle of the street? I mean, it's hard to slice things in any one particular way, especially when it comes to what data are actually out there. So we ended up using the MTA subway hourly rideship data set as a proxy for pedestrian behavior, because that gives us counts of people at a specific place at a specific time. Same with cycling. We don't have a comprehensive data set of every bike user across the entire bike route network in New York. But City Bike does publish monthly ridership data, and we can use that as a reasonable proxy for overall cycling behavior in New York. And luckily, we do have data sets for the streetscape infrastructure that corresponds to those counts. So our congestion measure ultimately compared the counts of those measures of traffic to the amount of infrastructure in that in a particular neighborhood, and through that we were able to get a relationship between our 3 neighborhoods in the simulation compared to the entire all of New York City and to each other as well. When it came to measuring the building level impacts on our city systems, this was a little less straightforward, and I think waste is a really good example of that. Through some city reports and data, we have actually specific figures tying specific kinds of land use to waste generation. But we didn't have that for all of the block types in the simulation, so green space and non-porous block types, for example. So what we had to do was figure out how we can get to some kind of proxy for those block types. And we relied on auxiliary information as well, reports from other agencies, to try to get at that as best we could estimate an amount of waste generated for a specific block type, taking into account its average size, how, in the case of schools, what's the average, how many students tend to be in schools for large residential buildings, how many units, how many people tend to be in those units. All those went into some kind of measure of waste for building type. And when we didn't have those specific figures, we did our best to try to get it at some kind of proxy. So one of the other things that NYC let us know when we started this process is, not only would there not be a lot of text conveying information in the simulation, but there also wouldn't be any numbers. So our work here, again, wasn't about trying to get to specific figures for really clearly designated measures of our city systems. What was more important was the relationships between our neighborhoods and how they compare to each other and to the New York City average. So at the end of the day, through the analysis we did and through the normalization we ended up doing, we can see that Sunnyside and Red Hook, in terms of traffic, are fall below the New York City average, whereas Midtown is much higher than the New York City average. Same with waste here. We can see that certain types of buildings, like large commercial buildings, have a much higher impact on waste generation than all the way on the left than a small residential building. So these relationships ultimately were the things that we handed over to Trivium so that they could further implement these relationships and do that kind of exhibition design that you were just learning about. And I think that brings us to a conversation between all of us.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. All right. Would you all want to choose who you pick for questions?
I want to give these guys talk just for a few more minutes.
Okay.
Among themselves, but then we can do that.
Awesome.
That sounds good.
That sounds great.
Awesome. So Andrew did a great job everybody did a great job. Thank you, guys. But there's this core challenge in this experience that we're trying to create. That is, how do you manage this relationship between, on the one hand, sort of complexity and rigor and authenticity, right? We don't want to give people a pretend experience, right? We want to show people the respect of engaging them with how things actually work, right? And if our message is about beginning to think about that these data are sources that are accessible and meaningful to us, we need to actually be working with the data, right? On the other hand, a fundamental idea in educational media design in general of any kind is comprehensibility, right? That you've got to give people a sort of heuristic space in which the information you're sharing with them, the opportunities for choice and action you're giving them are manageable, right? So New York City subway map, like all-time great example of that, right? That's a place that sacrificed, the classic one, right? Sacrificed accuracy from a geographic perspective to make choice comprehensible, right? So I was just hoping we could, and then I do want to give people a chance to ask questions. But if you guys could just reflect a little bit, and we don't necessarily need to go down the line if you want to jump in on each other, but about some of those choices. You know, one of the things I was thinking about at the end of what you were saying, Andrew, was the choice to throw out hospitals. I don't know if that might be a good example to start with. We threw out hospitals, sorry.
We did throw out hospitals. So one of the when you're making an exhibit, you make a lot of decisions. You make a decision constantly, right? And those decisions have weight, and that's a lot of pressure sometimes. But one of the decisions we had to make after receiving data from Andrew's team was that whenever you put a hospital down on this play table, you could not recover from the waste that it created. Hospitals create an enormous amount of waste. We all know that. They're also very important to communities. And we wanted to make sure that when people were playing or using this interactive, that one thing wouldn't, going back to, we didn't want people to win or lose. We also didn't want one thing to completely like blow up the entire data set and the systems that we were trying to help people better understand. And because hospitals were such an outlier, we had to make the decision that while we very much think hospitals are important and part of this and part of our community and they take a lot of resources. And by removing the hospitals, we were able to stay true to the data while making it comprehensible to our visitors.
Yeah, I think the decision to remove that was hugely important from NYC's end. Like, it felt really wrong to disincentivize visitors from putting a hospital down. So I think that was the right decision. From our work with Trivium, I think one of our biggest challenges in this question was about we internally we called it like the fear of the flood, because when visitors were putting down their buildings, and as they put more and more down, they're seeing the systems, the load on traffic and congestion, waste, and flooding increase. An increase in congestion or in waste didn't give them the same emotional, like, oh my God, I'm doing something wrong, that an increase in flood did. And we thought about maybe why would this be? And the kind of answer we ended with was that a lot of people just see congestion as waste as just a fact of city life, that it's not something that's inherently always a problem that needs to be fixed. It's just like when you get a bunch of people living together, this is part of the deal. But flood was different, and that people felt like this was a problem that they needed to solve with the building blocks that we gave them. And that just wasn't possible, partially through design, because we didn't want people to be able to bring that flood number down to 0, because that just wasn't realistic given the neighborhoods in New York that we're working with. The parks were a way that people could put a park down, and that did reduce the flood risk, but not to 0. And when you added parks, you also added congestion because people wanted to go to those parks. So users were getting really frustrated, and that's a big red flag. So we ended up changing the terminology from flood to flood risk. And that was our solution that helped people not have that immediate moment of panic when they see it's not a flood that's happening all the time. It's just that your risk of flood when you make certain decisions in a city does increase. So I think that was, yeah, I don't know if you have anything to add, Andrew, but yeah, that's from our perspective.
Andrew, what did you feel the most, I don't know, messy about in the sort of, smoothing or heuristic making that you needed to do with Trivium?
I think from our perspective, it's really hard to check that instinct to go as deep into something as possible. We talked endlessly about the different ways to, define these systems, the different ways to, in particular, allocate, building level impacts on them. And I think time and time again, it was hard to bring ourselves back and think about the scale of the impact of the changes we were thinking about in terms of like those relationships and you know, the goal of what, you know, what we're all trying to do here. So I think for us, you know, it's definitely hard to, like you were saying, you know, leave hospitals out of an analysis. But it was also, I think, really exciting and freeing to work in this way where we got to be a little more creative about our use of these data sets and how we went about working with them.
You've used the word relationships a lot in how you talk about this, and it makes me think about, Jenna, when we were up at your office doing testing. And I want to say Jenna mentioned working with middle school, kind of upper elementary and middle school kids. For one thing, they're fantastic testers because they're like they're like in it to win it. They're there. They're and they're really excited to give feedback if you run things nicely.
And they are honest. They are 100%.
And they're honest, unlike adults who will like lie and lie and lie because they think they're supposed to make you feel good. So, but this is really, I mean, you're imagining everyone from, you know, a 3-year-old who wants to come up and just place blocks because that's what 3-year-olds do, to adults from a community organization that's doing some work together. This is really, we're trying to create a space that everyone can take something away from, except maybe Andrew. But go ahead.
I got a lot from working on this exhibition.
Oh, good.
Actually, I'm really, it was a pleasure to do.
Good. I'm glad. It makes me think about people enter with different sort of lenses on the space, right? There's like what I often call dollhouse play, right? That you're building, what you are focused on as a builder is, I want to create my perfect neighborhood, right? I want a sneaker store that's next to a candy store. That's like, there is nothing better than that, and that's what I'm focused on. And that feedback then starts to emerge from that, right? Well, why is there this traffic jam? I didn't build a traffic jam. And then I have to think about that, right? Then there are other people that maybe bring more of, maybe like gamer habits. And one of the things Trivium did an amazing job with was making the feedback feel familiar to somebody that might bring a strong gaming lens without it actually being gaming feedback. And you guys absolutely nailed a very difficult assignment with that. And so they're very feedback-driven players that are like, okay, which building do I need to get the outcome I want in the moment? And then they hit that challenge that everything is a trade-off, and the trade-offs emerge from the data, and then they become more thoughtful about their building. So again, you guys did a great job. You are the best, prototyping person ever. So the ways that we learned from learners about what would work for them is I just wanted to call out. It's something you all did talk about, the importance of it, but it's just really hugely important to what we were able to do. Anybody have other things they want to make sure to get out there, or do we want to open it up?
Okay, there we go. Is that better? I'm very loud, so when I talk on a mic, I try to talk softer. So I never know how loud I am. One thing we wanted to make sure in building those relationships we were listening to the conversation that these visitors were having with each other. It's amazing when you watch middle school kids, how they have all different goals, and when they come together and make one goal together, it's like, that's how you know you made something really cool, because they never agree on anything. So listening to those conversations about like, but if we put the park there, then we can't go to the pizzeria after school and like go get our sneakers, and now there's too much flooding, and like those are equally important to us as them understanding the data, I would say. That is building those conversations and relationships makes them start to think about how the data really does impact their decisions in their lives.
I think my last piece here would kind of comes off of that is that a lot of our work, when we work with subject matter experts and work with data sets and people who know a lot about the topic, trying to make something for people who know little to nothing about the topic, is that a lot of these museums and other educational spaces where this data is going are places of inspiration, not places of education. These places and the experiences people have, our biggest goal is that they feel inspired and engaged and then want to learn more. And that self-driven learning is often a lot more fruitful and a lot more long-term for them and impactful with how they will then change their actions than if they were to just go into a space and be just learning the facts. So when we tailored with the, we worked with the data gently. Our goal here was that people would feel inspired and feel ready to do something because of what was happening on their city. And then hopefully then they'll go and they'll learn more, and then they can dig into more complicated data and more kind of educational interactions.
I think it was really rewarding for us on the team to think about, new ways of creating, meaningful information, how that can look different in different contexts. I think just that idea of, getting these large open data sets to encourage someone to think more creatively, to foster curiosity in the city and the world around them, what I took away from this, and I'm really grateful for that.
One request is that when folks ask their questions, please turn on your mic. Just press speak once, it turns red, it's on. Say your name and pronouns so we know how to refer to you. Thank you.
Like the UN. Hi, yes.
Hello, hi. My name is Alejandra. I use she, her pronouns. I'm very curious about how your team sort of made sense of the data sets where maybe some neighborhoods aren't actually represented in those data sets. So for example, I'm thinking about like the east side of the Bronx that doesn't have any city bikes. So how do you sort of like make sense of that sort of like missing data piece for a neighborhood?
That's a great question. I think because we were looking at these different modes of transportation separately, the way that ultimately, we skipped some of the intermediate steps of our analyses, but, we considered traffic being a sum of these 4 different modes of transportation. So, certain neighborhoods we look at, don't have access to City Bike, the City Bike network. Some don't have subway stations at all. So rather than us, we weren't only looking at these 3 neighborhoods that are used sort of as an archetypal neighborhood. The analysis includes every neighborhood in the city and considers like the different traffic congestion profiles of each. So in a neighborhood, without city bike traffic, we took that as, well, there probably isn't much cycling congestion in this particular neighborhood, and that's unique to like the overall profile of traffic in this neighborhood.
I'll also just add that internally, we talked about Midtown, Sunnyside, and Red Hook, but those names don't feature anywhere on the neighborhood simulation tables. When visitors approach them, the differences are based on how the physical, like permanent fabrication looks, whether there's water, the street layout, the lighting, all of these kind of physical elements that bring types of minutes, or reading 5 minutes 9 there, bring the types of neighborhoods to life without specifically identifying them. And then real video footage is also used. There's these 3 monitors behind that show kind of rotating footage with what different types of neighborhoods look like in New York, and those use more than just the 3 neighborhoods that we listed. So when people walk up, they see like, oh, this is a urban center that is on the water and there's a lot of construction, and they pull those characteristics, but they're not tied to a specific location.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Ben, he, him pronouns. You mentioned this a little bit, but I was curious about the like physical, like LiDAR didn't work, you couldn't do every the other stuff, and you had these like little one circuit blocks. Could you just say a little bit more about like the hardware prototyping that went into that, and like what the thought processes was, and like what you tried, what worked, what didn't, et cetera?
They had to survive if you threw it at your brother.
When we first started pilot testing, before we got to meet Trivium, we were trying to use RFID tags as well with projection mapping and stuff like that. And people just wanted to stack the blocks, and so it just wasn't working. And then I'll let Jenna talk more about that prototyping.
Yeah, it definitely was not exaggeration to say that we throw them at the wall. We have a big brick wall. We're in a warehouse building on Boston Harbor. So some technologies get taken out because of reasons like that. The technology that we ended up working with, this one wire in a block, there's a similar conceptual technology that's been used in research. There's an MIT team that is using those in a research setting. So we thought like, oh, conceptually this allows us to stack. We don't need depth sensors. We don't need any sort of horizontal lasers of sorts. I'm not the tech person on my team, but the problem with what they had been doing was that durability, and cost was another factor. So the NYC team at the outset has 140 buildings. So we really needed a technology that was both really durable, that with no docents and no restrictions on whether the person can just throw the block across the room, but also that it wouldn't be, they're individually not that expensive, so that you can have 140 of them. So on the off chance that somebody says, this is the beautiful shoe store, I'm gonna take it, it's not impossible to replace that. Yeah, if you have more specific questions, we can definitely chat after about the specifics of it, but yeah.
Quick last question. I think we are about out of time. You got your hand up first behind. Sorry. Yes.
Hi, goes to debug just the way they are, and that like things. And I wanted to know is people thinking there's people in the city that the place that I live are making these decisions.
That is a great question. So we talked about one specific exhibit in an exhibition about cities. And throughout the exhibition, we meet different people, and there's other experiences that speak more to, hey, people make these decisions. It's an exhibition where we're really trying to meet at the people level, right? People make the city function, people make the city work, people make decisions that impact all of us. So throughout the exhibition, there's like city workers that we meet sanitation workers, we meet tons of humans that go into making the city work. In coming up the stairs and playing God at the simulation, not starting from zero was an important part of trying to show that people have already made decisions that are impacting the data sets, but also, you know, how people live in the city. And if you're the person making the decisions in the future, this is the outcome of those decisions you're making. Did that answer your question? Okay. Does anyone else? Oh, we're out. We're out of time.
I think we're all around the rest of the afternoon. We appreciate your time so much. Thank you, BetaNYC. Thank you. Woohoo. And everybody have a great rest of the day.
Have a great Testing, testing. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. How was your lunch? Woo! That cookie was good, right? Okay, nice. Got claps for the cookie. Awesome. So you are at your third session today. It's titled Beyond the Data, the Tech Driving City Council Programs. I'm going to keep it short and pass it to your wonderful host, Brad Reed. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So my name is Brad Reed, and I am a Deputy Director in the City Council's Legislative Division. I will be your MC for this panel. We will be hearing from all of my fine colleagues that you see seated here to my side. Today's agenda is in 4 parts. First, I'll give you a little bit of background on the City Council, who we are, what we do. After that, we will have 3 panels discussing new or improved data sets that you will soon be able to find on the Open Data portal. So the New York City Council, it's the local legislature for the city of New York. There are 51 council members, each individually elected, one of whom among them is elected as speaker. Our current speaker is Adrian Adams. However, when I think about the City Council, that's personally not what I think about, right? What I think about is, well, the picture here, the people here, right? It's the staff, it's the people, it's the literally hundreds of people who make the City Council work. And we will do our best today to represent all of those people by sharing some of our work that we get to do. So in this picture here, this is actually a bunch of people we were getting together to think through and to work on some language access policy issues. And I love that picture, and it's actually, if you ever visit me at my office, that picture is right next to me. But that is the spirit, and that is the kind of work going on behind the scenes at the City Council. So this is also why today's panel is so special. We are pretty unique among legislatures in that the legislative division of the City Council has a team of in-house data scientists and a team of in-house web developers. I don't know if there's any other legislature, state or local, anywhere in the country where that's the case. And if you know, you can tell me later, but for the purposes of this presentation, I still don't know. We bring together lawyers, analysts, data scientists, web developers together, and it creates something special. And I truly do brag. I was talking to people from Philadelphia, and I was like, oh, your legislature doesn't have that? No, it would be nice. You should look into it. And when I say we work together, I truly mean that. We literally work together. Our offices are mixed together. We're in some of the same meetings. And when we have policy questions, we work together to try and resolve them. So some of the people here on the stage with me, I'm going to tell you more about them as this program goes on. We have Al and Jonathan and Ahmad from Legislative Division. We have Frank and Yogi from Community Engagement Division. You will hear more about each of them in turn. But there's also some other people not on stage that I do want to make special mention of, particularly some of the leadership of our data and web teams. Rose Martinez, seated up front. Hey, Rose, woo! Melissa Nunez and Mandy Yu, also part of the leadership of our team. And in particular, I want to make special mention of Ann Driscoll. So Ann is the City Council's new Open Data Coordinator. Yeah, this is the right event where that gets a cheer. This presentation literally could not have happened without her. If you want to know her dedication, she's actually in South America right now, I presume watching this. Hey, Ann. She was up at 9 a.m. this morning going over our PowerPoint slides just to make sure, while she's on vacation, just to make sure that everything was in good shape. So while she couldn't be here today, we'll still ask you to give her a round of applause. Thank you. So, when WNYC ended the broadcast of city council meetings in 1940, there was a public outcry. It was considered for the past 2 years New York's most popular broadcast. Good news and bad news. Bad news is, not only are we no longer the most popular broadcast in New York City, spoilers, but you would have a hard time looking up any records of what the council was doing back in 1940. The good news is, you don't live in the 1940s. Thanks to open data, you will have access to as much, or at least so much more information on the activities of the city council, more so than the people of the 1940s could ever dream of. They would be extremely jealous of you. You would have to explain to them what a website is and a computer, but then they would be extremely jealous of you. We are fortunate today where we can, well, let me just jump ahead here, where we can come and present these things to you. We're really excited. I'm going to talk a little bit about the powers of the City Council because that sort of explains the type of data that we have. So, we are the legislative body of the city. We have several key powers. You can see some of them listed here. Obviously, we have the ability to pass local laws, authority over local legislation. But we also hold hearings. Those hearings could be on legislation. It could also be just oversight over city agencies and operations. We approve the city budget or approve modifications to the city budget. We appoint persons to various officers, such as the taxi commissioners, or we have advice and consent over certain officers, such as the corporation council. We also play a vital role in the land use process, part of ULURP, if you're familiar with ULURP, but there's lots of other smaller land use roles we play, such as approving certain tax exemptions or sidewalk cafes. Also, not listed, not technically a power, but very much a thing that the City Council does, and something you'll hear more about in a little bit, is council members' offices provide services to their local constituents, helping them to resolve issues that they might have, problems they're having getting city government to assist them with something, or the tree on their block, or the pothole in their street, whatever it may be. That's something all the council members take very serious, and you'll hear more about that in a little bit. So, we have all these powers. Do we use them for anything that you might care about? I hope so. You're here at least. Some of the things that we have done in the last year and a half, I won't read the whole list to you, but if you've ever considered renting an apartment, if you've ever considered jaywalking, if you've ever considered reading a free book or applying for a job, then we might have made your future life just a little bit better in the last year and a half. But perhaps of even more relevance to the people here today, back in 2012, we passed the Open Data Law. Thank you, yes. Right, Local Law 11 of 2012. I believe we were the first, I mean, Noel or someone could correct me on this, but I believe we were the first to introduce that bill. However, San Francisco snuck in and passed one before us. Thank you, thank you. Amen. I will say that the text, and to your point, the text of the New York City Open Data Law is so foundational that when I've been trolling through open data laws of other states, executive orders by various states, other cities' open data laws, I've found language from our open data law in their text, right? Yeah. So, since then, we've also passed about 9 subsequent local laws to add improvements to the open data law. Like anything else, you create a thing, you start it, you hope, you put it out in the world, and you find there's little things that could be a little bit better. So we've done things like require data dictionaries to help explain the data sets to people, or standardize geospatial information, or require more timely updates. The City Council can, of course, generate data. No, this was the slide I was planning to go to. Yeah. The City Council can, of course, generate its own data. As I mentioned before, very much the data that we generate is tied to the things that we do. It is tied to our powers, right? So the data we generate tends to be related to legislation, the holding of hearings, approving of the city budget, assisting constituents, land use, much of which you will hear about as we go on here. So, why tell you about all this? Well, some of it is just, as the slide says, we're here to present information. Some of it is historical record. Some of it is our prioritization of transparency, trying to give you the ability to dig deeper, look at what we're doing, give us your thoughts on what we're doing, good or bad. One of my colleagues can share his email address. You can send all complaints directly to Jonathan or something. But the fact of the matter is the City Council is uniquely proud of the open data law and invested in seeing its continued success. And that is very much what brings us here today and very much motivates us to try and even improve our own release of data. So that brings us to the first of the data sets that we will be discussing today. As I mentioned before, it'll be broken up into 3 panels. Each panel will have 2 people to present that panel. For this first one, I'll be kicking it off. As I said, I'm Deputy Director in the Infrastructure Division. I work on legislation, drafting, negotiating, researching legislation. Been at the council since 2009, on central staff since 2014. Some of you may have worked with me or come across me in the past. Either way, I have been there for a while, and I have worked on some of the open data issues in the past as well. After me will be Jonathan Shai, right over here to the left. Jonathan is an Assistant Deputy Director in the Legislative Division, where he has run our web development team for many years. He first joined us in 2018, all right, verified, as a web developer, where he organized a team to build an internal application suite known as IWAM, which is literally vital to the operations in the Legislative Division. It is something that I and my team use every single day. But it's only one of the many systems he's actually set up. He's set up a number of them, big and small. And on a personal level, aside from how much I actually do like him, I can't tell you how great it is to have the web developer building the systems that you will be using be just another colleague in your division, where you can literally walk down the hallway and chat with each other and learn from each other on how best to proceed and how best to develop the system. It truly means that everything our team builds is responsive to what the City Council needs. So we'll hear from him in a few moments. First, since we will be talking about Legistar, I will note that Legistar is a system where we can track some of the City Council's core legislative function, but it should not be confused with the Legistars. And the Legistars, you can see the logo to the left, that is the City Council's beloved softball team. You've got Lil Bill, our slugging piece of legislation up there. The key difference, there's an S at the end of the word, and that is how you can tell the two of them apart. And you can also see my camera shy photo. It's me in uniform making a catch. So if you go to our website, you go to the top, you click on legislation, that is the front-end expression of the Legistar system. There's also an API to access it. And historically, all the open data sets, the Legistar open data sets that we would put on the portal, were manually pulled, which is annoying. And because it's annoying, it means it wasn't updated often. And so I would get, comments from the public asking for updates, and they were 100% right, but it would take time and it would be difficult to try and give you the updates we wanted to give you. So we're working to improve that, part of what we'll be talking about today. All right, a little bit more about Legistar and therefore the legislative process. So what does Legistar track? Legistar tracks the public life cycle of bills, resolutions, hearings, appointments, messages from the mayor, budget adoptions, land use approvals, and more. On this slide, you can see an example of it for legislation. A bill first appears on Legistar when it is what we call introduced. That's when it's made public. This happens by a sponsor, one of the committee members, or the public advocate. Public advocate is a non-voting member of the City Council. At what we call a stated meeting. Stated meeting is when the entire City Council gets together for a meeting. At that meeting, it is assigned to a committee for consideration, And this is the starting point for most bills. It is also the end point for most bills. Well, someone either really agrees with that or is really unhappy. As just a math game, as a reality, most bills don't proceed further than this. The idea is put out in the world. You can discuss it. You can call your member, say, I love it, I hate it, whatever it is. The idea is out there. Most of them do not proceed to get a hearing. For those that do proceed to get a committee hearing, that would be the next step in the process. When there is a hearing, Legistar is used not only to calendar the hearing, but also as a central repository for hearing materials like the committee report, the testimony, the transcript, the attendance count, right? All the things that you might want to know about what happened. Also, if you go on our website, there's a link to the hearing video. For bills that have a hearing, many of them, perhaps most of them, don't proceed beyond that point. Maybe there was strong opposition. Maybe people came and testified and we learned something we did not know, right? At that hearing. That is the purpose of the hearing. And so some of those bills, after the hearing, we just reconsider it. We thought it was a good idea. We heard from the public. Turns out, not a great idea. We're not going to do it. So here, too, it's another possible endpoint for many bills. However, maybe the testimony was positive, or maybe we thought of great ways to amend the bill to make it work based on the testimony. And so there's some few bills that we decide to advance. And if we are advancing it, then we start working on what we call a proposed A version, or an amended version of the bill. Once we have a proposed A version, once we've gone through the process of talking to stakeholders about how we should change the bill, talking to the mayor's office, talking to the sponsor, proposed A version may be made public on Legistar. At that point, we are likely looking to advance that bill towards a vote. If so, we would have a committee vote, functionally a second hearing on that bill. At the committee vote, assuming it was approved, it would go back to the full council for their approval at another stated meeting. If they approve it, it's sent to the mayor. The mayor can sign the bill, in which case it's law. The mayor can do nothing, in which case it's law. Or the mayor can veto it, send it back to us, and we can override with a supermajority. As a practical matter, if you see a bill pass with a supermajority, there'd be little point in the mayor vetoing it, and so the mayor often will not. The entire life cycle of a bill, from start to finish, from introduction to everything that comes after, can be seen on Legistar. If you want to know what happened to a bill from a prior session, you can look and you can see how far along it got. What does Legistar not track? It does not track drafts and works in progress. If we're still in a deliberative process, if there isn't anything finalized, it's not up there. We may be talking to people, we may be hearing from people, but drafts and works in progress are not posted. Likewise, correspondence that we receive outside of the hearing process is not put on Legistar. People email, call, text, they hire trucks with billboards on the back to drive back and forth in front of our offices. All that is true. Anything to communicate their approval or disapproval of whatever it is we're considering doing, that is not on Legistar unless it occurred in the context of a hearing or was submitted for the purposes of a hearing. Also, the Legistars with an S, our one loss record is not available. On Legistar, statistically, we lost. So why does Legistar track things? What is the purpose of Legistar? It's a record of our activities. So drafts, work, oh, sorry, that one. It's a record of our activities. So publicly accessible record. It's to show our legislative intent. It's to make it available to you so you can see what we are doing, so you can see how things are going. Moreover, it is also something that is used by council staff. When I need to look up who is the sponsor of a bill, what committee was this bill assigned to, what happened to this bill in a prior session, I go to Legistar. In fact, most of the time I go to the same publicly available website because the information I need is there to me the same as it is to you, which quite frankly is how it should be. So before I pass to Jonathan, I'll note that I have a particular personal interest in making Legistar as robust and publicly accessible as possible, and that's because that's my work up there. I mentioned before, I work on legislation, right? I've negotiated literally hundreds of bills and local laws. When you were looking at bill text, it's totally possible I wrote that. And just like any other author, I want everything that I have written to be read by as many people as possible. And so I want it available to you. With that, I will pass to my colleague, Jonathan, to tell you more about the technical side of Legistar. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Hi, again, my name is Jonathan Chai. I'm the Deputy Director to the Web Development Unit here at the City Council. Let me just make sure I know how to work this. There we go. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Legistar. As a web developer, I get a sort of unique insight into websites and how we kind of use this data. I work with Legistar nearly every day, and I work with the API especially. So as Brad may have mentioned earlier, Legistar is kind of broken up into sort of two sides. We have the website side and we have the API side. And both have sort of their limitations in how you're able to use them. On the website side, I would say that the sort of biggest limitation is that there are not a lot of ways to filter through the criteria, all the different things that we can kind of filter these pieces of legislation by. You're also limited by the number of rows that you can see all at the same time, right? We have about 1,000 rows per page. And sometimes because the data is so spread out, it's very hard to kind of look at that and get a kind of worldview on, or like analyze the data. On the API side, we kind of see the same issues. Records are limited by 1,000 rows per call. The different tables are sort of spread out, so it kind of just feels like the data is siloed, and you often need to make several API calls in order to get the information that you're looking for. Right. The fact that there is no data dictionary is sometimes very stressful because you don't know exactly what the data is that you're looking at. Right. As we kind of try to do that with Open Data, we give you a more sort of concise explanation as to what the individual columns are, and it helps you kind of get a broader look at that. Let's switch over to our next slide here. There we go. As to why Open Data Portal is going to be a lot easier to use than Legistar, I first and foremost want to say that it's not a replacement to the Legistar system. Legistar has all that raw data in there just waiting to be kind of used. What Open Data is really kind of doing for us is that it aggregates a lot of that data. It tells a story. There's a specific purpose to the data, right? I'm sorry, I was not fully prepared here. Yeah, so Open Data is just sort of like a great way to put that information together for you in a single spot instead of having to, say, reach across 2, 3, or 4 data tables in order to connect everything together. Earlier this month, I had someone from the public reach out to me and ask me, how were they able to filter through all of legislation and find ones where the mayor had sort of vetoed the bill. And at that point, I actually wasn't even sure how to do that myself. I had looked through the API, I had looked through the Legistar website. I had to actually talk to our sort of our team over at the City Council who manages the Legistar data to figure out how to get there. And it was only until I figured that out with them that I said I needed to go through 2 or 3 sort of endpoints in order to find that information. So being able to have all that data collected in a single place for you is monumental. And I would say that some of the things that are coming up, as we have it on the slide here, we have a lot more data sets to come. We have like sort of our council member information. We have actions, which are sort of what the council members can do on a piece of legislation, whether they vote for it, whether the mayor is vetoing it. There's a lot of different actions that can be taken on a piece of legislation. And it's going to be great to have all of that in one place in order for you to find. And just to give you kind of a preview of some of the data sets that are already there. So we have ones for the bills and local laws. As you can kind of see here, these are all of the columns that we are presenting on Open Data Portal. I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that this set of data probably took like 2 or 3 API calls to kind of aggregate the data together into a single data table. We also have one coming up, which is staged, not live yet, which is our resolutions. Again, these tables, these columns, they were across several different API calls in order to kind of grab together and display it for you. We have a lot of exciting things to do on open data, but I think I'm going to pass it back to our MC, Brad, here to give it over to someone else.
Thank you, Jonathan. So this is honestly my favorite part because this is where I just get to say nice things about my colleagues instead of having to talk about whatever it is I'm going to talk about. So for our next panel, you switch the nice slide with your nice photos. I'm going to invite two of my colleagues to continue. First, Yogi. So Yogi Rosario Duran. Yogi is everything that's right with public service. And she's part of the council's community engagement division, where she's been managing and administering a constituent service systems for the past 7 years. She had told me, because I was just talking to her before this, like, what would you want me to say? I kind of knew what I'd say, but what do you want me to say anyway, just in case? And she said she approaches technology project management from the perspective of trying to use technology to simplify work, to not be a burden. But I think it's important to note something. If you are doing project management for a company, for a mayor's office, for an agency, whatever, you have a central party, one person that you have to please, a mayor, a CEO, a commissioner. For the city council, if you are doing a product that is meant for 51 individually elected officials to all use and to try and get buy-in from people from the tip of Staten Island to the northern part of the Bronx, I mean, whew. That is not easy project management. Yogi makes it look easy. And so we'll be hearing from her in a minute where she talks about Council Connect. I will also say that she is my teammate and a member of the Legistars softball team, although these days she cheers more than she plays. We will also be hearing from Alat Musawi. Al is the council's chief data scientist, and he oversees both our data and our web teams. But more importantly, he, along with Rose Martinez and Jeff Baker, built those teams to what they are today. And John, okay, sorry. I was thinking of James also, but there wasn't years of history to turn to. We couldn't look to see how this was done in like the 1970s. There wasn't even a template for legislatures on how to incorporate both data science and web development into a legislative division. These are very different skill competencies. So they took a fledgling data science team of about 4 people and built it into a division of now, I believe, over 20 people between the two. And most importantly to me, he's also an outfielder on the softball team. We're running out of players up here, so you're not gonna have to hear that a lot more. But with that, I will give the microphone to my teammates, Yogi and Al.
Thank you, Brad. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin by providing some geographical data about the council. So going in line with what Brad was mentioning before. So there are 51 council districts, 3 in Staten Island, 8 in the Bronx, 10 in Manhattan, 14 in Queens, and 16 in Brooklyn. Constituent services is one of the most impactful services that a district office can provide to their local community. We look at the previous system that was used for constituent services. And after intensive research, data analysis, the provided data revealed the need for a new CRM, a better CRM, keeping in mind that the old system was implemented 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, actually. After working at the speed of government, that many of us know, we decided to build a new in-house database that put the people before the product. A system with accessibility, transparency, and open data as foundational goals. Bless you, whoever was sneezing. To ensure usage and longevity, we knew the system must be effective, engaging, and enjoyable. As a result of a cross-divisional collaboration, and we're talking about the web development team, the legislative team, the community engagement, IT department, and others, we can today present you, and also thanks to the speaker, Adrienne Adams, also for her support. Today we can present Council Connect, our brand new state-of-the-art CRM system designed exclusively for council members and their staff to track and handle cases, manage constituent detail, access resources such as the Green Book. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Green Book online. Anybody? Yes, thank you. And also, one of my favorite tools in the system, we have an address lookup tool where you can find the jurisdiction of a given address and intersection. Now, how does the council use this? So one of the biggest benefits of using Council Connect is that it helps to keep the collected data clean and organized, which is very important as when we are pushing this data then on the Open Data portal, right? We're improving data accuracy and accessibility. Now let's keep in mind, all data entry is done by trained district staff. There, in the system, there is a constituent directory that is used for contact management, where the users can add, edit constituent's name, address, phone, email, even language preference. Under the directory, there is a group section where they can log the support or opposition towards a bill, an opinion, or they can also create a group list based on association or affiliations. To track issues, there is a caseware panel and a report section with a dashboard that convey action and interactivity. Council Connect can also be used to evaluate a district office performance and productivity, helping identify blind spots or areas of improvement. Now let's take a look at the data journey. And that will be an example. Oh, now I just realized I wasn't really talking to the mic, sorry. So let's take a look at the data journey. There's many ways the district office can help a constituent. We have here an example. The constituent is reaching out to a council member office. Anybody can give me an example of how to reach out to a council member office? Go ahead. Email, another? Phone? Any other? Say that? At their office, yeah, walk in. Another? Yes, written email, and now we also have social media, text messages. Those are other ways, and very funny one, events, because how many times I heard a council member is at the post office or at the supermarket and somebody's talking and all of a sudden a case is being shared or somebody's having some issue and then he goes back to the office, they go back to the office and enter the information. So yes, many ways. So that's the first step, is to reach out to the council member. So step 2, the district staff will initiate intake and data collection. They start by collecting the constituent's name, address, phone, and email, verify jurisdiction, gather all case details, such as what kind of type of issue is this? What are the relevant agencies? The urgency, in this case, no heat, no hot water. Hey, when it's like less than 20 degrees or 10 degrees or below, you want your heat and hot water. We also get reference numbers such as 311. Step 3, the case is entered in the system and a unique ID is assigned, and the case is filed under a specific issue and topic. And you're gonna find out more about that later. The case is assigned to appropriate staff. They reach to the relevant agencies or CBO. send letters, email, or make phone calls to advocate for the constituent and track all responses and follow-ups inside Council Connect, inside the system. Constituent, step 5, is inform of their case progress. Step 6, resolution and closure. A case can be considered closed if no further action is needed. The staff informs the constituent of the resolution and the case is marked as closed. Data insights from cases can be used for policy recommendations or advocacy efforts. By leveraging this new state-of-the-art system, district office can deliver more efficient and data-driven Council Connect inclusion and open government principles. Now I'm going to pass it to Al Musawi, who was able to build this system. So I'm going to pass it to him so he can talk to you more about that.
Thank you, Yogi. So, yeah, my name is Alat Musawi. I also go by Al. Thank you for the introduction earlier, Brad. So I want to talk about how it was built, and I'm going to talk a little about the practical side, and then I'll talk a little bit about the technical side. So from the practical side, building a new system is not something that just comes out of thin air and is accepted out of nowhere. So the reality is that we had a little bit of experience in the past. So Brad mentioned that there was a system called IWAM, which manages the intake of ideas for legislation and their conversion, the whole process of making that idea into a bill. That was built, and it took a little while. It was a very slow process until it was finally accepted, turned on. We switched from the old system to the new system. People realized that, yeah, this actually works a lot better when we have the ability to build everything from scratch using open source technologies. We can actually customize it to the exact needs of our staff. So we had a proof of concept. The second step was a desire to move forward. So Yogi and I had many chats, and she expressed a desire for more functionality, and she expressed dissatisfaction with the former system. And so I heard some of these things from others in the council as well. And there were requests like, could you fix this former system to do X, Y, and Z? And sadly, the answer was no. It wasn't a system that we owned. It was some proprietary technology that we were just purchasing, essentially. And so we knew that, if we want to do something better, we're just going to have to build it from scratch on our own. So that took a few conversations between Yogi and I and upper management to get the buy-in. But with the success of IWAM, it wasn't very difficult. So that's the practical side. So the reality of like the technical side, I guess a little more on the practical side. We had also hired a developer, maybe a year out of school. Her name is Mandy Yu. She's now the assistant deputy for the web development unit. And she was very much, she showed a lot of potential. And we actually put her, and we were planning to put another person on building this platform, but she just went crazy and did it all herself. And I really want to give a shout out to Mandy Yu, who should be doing Mandy Yu should be giving this presentation right now, but she was unable to make it, so I'm just standing in on her behalf. But this was really over 95% built by her. In under 1 year, I actually did not think she was going to be able to meet the deadlines. Neither did CED, the Community Engagement Division. It's not a comment on her. It's a comment on the difficulty of being able to build that whole website and successfully deploy it. So now we'll get a little bit into the technical. At the council, everything we build is from scratch using open source technologies. And the reason why we do that is because we can customize the technology that we build to the exact needs of whoever we're building it for, usually the council. That means they can ask us for X, Y, and Z, and if there exists technology to do it in the world, we can probably get it done. Unless the technology is very recent, we don't have access to it, it's still proprietary. But that's really where we want to be. We want to be able to offer the latest and the most capable technology to the council. And so I'll just tell you a little bit about the stack. Everything we do, a lot of what we do, everything runs on some Linux operating system, usually Ubuntu. We just run it ourselves. We might run it on a local server. We might get it from run on Amazon AWS. Nginx web server, Gunicorn, all open source stuff. Postgres backend, Django, front end, building it in TypeScript, React, Redux, Chakra. And that's really it. That's you just jump in and you figure out whether what you want to build is possible using the technologies at your disposal, and then you jump in and you speak with the stakeholders, understand what the requirements are, and you jump in and you do it. All right, so what about some of the data? So we already have a system and it provides a lot of data, and our new system is going to be providing very similar data, such as case number, borough, council, district, community board status, open date, close date. But additionally, we're going to be providing intake method and agencies. So intake method, Yogi discussed, email, walk-in, text message, social media. Topic was already provided, but now we're also going to provide, with a little more detail, the exact issue that the casework is dealing with. Since I work with the data team and web team, with the data team, I always want everything to have latitude, longitude. For privacy reasons, we could not provide that with this data, even though I would have loved that. But there is borough, council, district, and community board. So we try to give people a plethora of options for understanding the boundaries of the regions that the data is provided in. And with that, what could you do with the data? What you could do with the data is really up to you. You, as civil data scientists, civil workers with the data, can really take it, get creative, manipulate it in however manner you want. But generally speaking, you can understand what's going on in different districts, what issues are being reported, understand the process of how district offices are helping constituents, and allow for analysis on contact method to understand communication preferences and improve outreach methods just by analyzing all the data. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Brad.
Thank you, Al. So for our third and last of the panels on data sets, jump ahead to the relevant pictures where Frank is wearing a fighter plane as a hat. So first you'll be hearing from Frank Perez. Frank has been with the City Council since 2017 as part of the Community Engagement Division and has worked on various issue areas, most prominently among them education and participatory budgeting, which you will hear more about in a moment. And as you listen, though, I want you to keep something in mind. Council members and their staff have come and gone since the council started doing PB in 2011. Speakers with various priorities have come and gone. The secret to how participatory budgeting has not only continued, but grown and become refined in its process, despite all those transitions, is people like Frank, who provide the expertise and institutional knowledge that ensures the PB program continues. After Frank, we'll be hearing from Ahmad Zaki. Ahmad is a full stack developer in the legislative division, and he throws all of himself into every project that he takes on. When he built an interactive floor map for our division, He didn't just show the basics like people's names and where they sit. He had the map tell you how many footsteps away each person is from you, as well as how many calories you would burn by going to visit them, to encourage you to do so. In that same spirit, he has developed a new voting system for participatory budgeting, which is being implemented this year, and which you'll hear more about in a moment. And one of the perks of being the person who builds the system is he took upon himself the honor of being voter number 1 and casting the first PB ballot for this year's voting. So with that, Frank.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be with you all. So I just want to start off with a very basic question, but who here has heard of participatory budgeting? Oh, everyone. Okay, perfect. So I trust that you all have a sense of what I'll be discussing, but in terms of the overall portion of this presentation, I think you'll be hearing some very exciting updates relating to what we're doing here at the council, and especially in terms of becoming self-sufficient, especially from start to end, which I'll get to in a moment. So just for those who don't know what PB is, participatory budgeting, the concept of that process, it's essentially a initiative process where community members decide how to spend a portion of a public budget. And the process began in Porto Alegre, Brazil in 1989. So the concept of that initiative did not start here in North America, but actually somewhere else in South America. So in terms of the council's process, which we refer to as PBNYC, it began in 2011 with 4 council members. At the time, they essentially conducted the process on their own through their own offices. However, over the years, the process has grown to include half of all city council members and is now administered centrally from my division. So since 2011, we've had over $100 million in capital funds funded through the process. Not to be confused as separate funds, just funds that through this initiative have been funded and adopted into the city budget. And this year, it includes 25 council members across New York City. So if you do know what PB is, you likely know if your council member is participating or not. But we will discuss the data journey, which essentially is how an idea becomes a proposal and eventually a funded project. So the data journey, a constituent, Benji Benchmore, his nickname is Buttons, submits their idea for new tree guards to the idea map. And I'll get to the idea map in the next slide. But following that submission of the idea, district staff and budget delegates, who are essentially the core foundations of the process, sort through their idea and turn them into project proposals, scoping cost and feasibility in accordance with the respective city agency. So something along the lines of new tree guards, that would be within the Department of Parks and Recreation. And then following that, the district committee, when it's closer to the voting period, would narrow down proposal and include an idea such as this one on the ballot. The final step of the process, as many of you know, is voting period. And through this process, there is a 9-day voting period, which actually begins today. Not to spoil it for anyone, but if the project does become successful, council members fund that project, which are then adopted into the city budget and implemented on behalf of the agency. So how can you take part as a crowd of individuals that know what this process is? The very first step is to submit an idea. And while I won't go into the specifics, I'm very excited to present to you all with our internal online idea map, which was developed this year by Ahmad. And essentially, this is an open interactive map where anyone in a participating district, even if you don't live in a participating district, to improve your community. It's available through our website, ideas.pbnyc.org. And then the next step, which is also very, very exciting, is the voting platform. And this is the step where if you live in a participating district, you can vote for your favorite projects. You can then have a say directly in the projects that may or may not get funded by the council member. So this is a preview of what it looks like if you were to vote on desktop. You can either identify your council member, search by address, and then be taken directly to your ballot to select your favorite projects. This is essentially, as I've mentioned before, something that we have historically had a vendor for both the idea map and the voting platform. This year, we decided to bring everything in-house, and in doing so, we started making the process self-sufficient from start to finish. And so the last plug I'll make here today is that Vote Week starts today. So beginning today, Saturday, March 29th to Sunday, April 6th, that's 9 full days. You can vote in person. In person, you can vote directly in your council member's district office. I'll note that to vote online, Chrome is best, and of course, desktop, laptop is also. So that website is vote.pbnyc.org. And we'll discuss the back end of those two tools that I have shown here, the voting platform and the idea map, and just discuss how he was able to create this from his end.
Thank you, Frank, for the walkthrough. You made my job a lot easier. And thank you, Brad, for the introduction. So in the past years, we have only released data sets for funded projects. But this year, we are excited to introduce a much richer data set, one that includes every idea submitted by the public, not just the ones that made it to a vote or got funded. This is a major shift toward transparency in the early stages of the participatory process. So we have also added more structured fields like category, location, description, and council district, along with fields like votes, cost, and address for submissions that became formal proposals. This makes the data even more useful for analysis and storytelling. We're also planning to release survey data submitted anonymously by voters to help us understand who is participating. That survey is separate from the vote itself, but it adds valuable demographic and experiential context to the broader participatory budgeting process. So, how was it built? So to support all of this, we built a fully custom platform designed specifically for the needs of the participatory budgeting team. On the back end, we used Django with PostgreSQL, hosted on an Ubuntu server and served via Nginx and GUnicorn for performance and scalability. The idea map front end was built using HTML, leaflet.js library, which is a really cool library for rendering maps if you guys are interested in, and custom JavaScript that lets users drop pins on a map, submit ideas, and explore submissions in real time. We also developed an online voting front end using Vite and Chakra UI, optimized for accessibility and speed. The platform supports both digital and physical ballots. So for the in-person ballots, we built a Python image processing pipeline that uses OpenCV library to scan and interpret paper votes and feed that data into the same backend. The whole system was developed in about a year and was custom built to meet both the user experience goals and the data collection requirements for PB. So next slide. So what can you do with the data? With the new platform and the expanded data release, there's so much more we and you guys can explore. You will be able to analyze the full spectrum of community input, not just what made the ballot, but everything that was submitted. You can look at spatial patterns, for example, where ideas are coming from versus where funding is going. You can look, you could explore what kinds of projects tends to win or not based on cost, category, and location. Or apply text analysis to the descriptions to identify emerging themes, patterns, or priorities across districts. Participatory budgeting is already something residents can take part in if their district optimized in. But with this new platform, we are making it easier to participate, easier to see what others cares about, and easier for data folks like you to dig deeper into what our communities are asking for. Thank you so much. I'll pass it over to Brad.
Thank you, everyone. So I had a really touching, poignant, and heartwarming closing that I'm not going to read because we're running low on time. But you just imagine you were amazed, and that was what that was. But with that in mind, everyone that you heard from today on this panel is dedicated to improving the lives of New Yorkers. And we see the open data law's continued success as part of the city's success. And we will continue to support it, both through legislation, through oversight, and through improving the releases of our own data. I want to give a big thank you to BetaNYC for allowing us this time. Thank you very much. And thank you all very much for coming and for hearing us out. Do we have time for like 1 or 2 questions? We have 4 minutes? All right, if there are questions, sir?
Could you use the mic, please?
Is this working? Yes. All right. Okay. Y'all seem to be moving a lot of stuff in-house, which is exciting and interesting. You're building a bunch of capacity to do it. I would love to hear a little bit individually from folks across different disciplines, like what's been good and bad about that and what you think about it.
Yeah, sure. What's been good? I can focus on what's been good. So this is actually a decision we took. This is because of us, because we, as a team, want to continue to grow and learn. When you build things from scratch and you build it yourself, you learn everything. You understand how the full system, or as I'm sure you know, Vikram, you gave a presentation to us on some of the great work you do. And that's number one. We build it ourselves. Number two, we learn a lot during the process. Number two, we can customize it to the exact needs of the council. Number three, there's a lot of cost savings associated with building it yourself. The negatives, if we're gonna be honest about it, are that the New York City Council has to maintain a crew of talented individuals to maintain that technology. So that introduces a little bit of corporate risk, so to speak. And it also then saps from our time because we're doing everything, almost everything from scratch. Like one of the very few things we don't do from scratch is like text verification, for example. We use Twilio for, we're not going to build text verification. And so it takes a lot of our time, but I think we're here dedicated to that purpose, and the cost savings that we bring from building it from scratch justify. But really, on a personal note, we build the skills internally we can offer new customized things that vendors likely would not be able to get into the nitty-gritty of. So for example, IWAM, the platform that here, I'll keep it short. They've tried before us to build certain things, and they were unable to contract that work out and get it done right, but we were able to build it to the custom needs of the council.
A 30-second question? Yes.
I just have a question in terms of the Council Connect and anything with legislation, in terms of like bills that are similar to other bills that failed, or in terms of like the heating aspect with landlords, like say there's a structural problem. Do you guys have that aspect, or is that something that you sort of push to sort of different agencies where you're like, this seems to be a different sort of thing that's happening to different people based on a landlord, a Con Ed issue, anything like that, if that makes sense?
Very quickly, we are working. I mean, this is one of the benefits of that we build Council Connect, is to help us to do better with that. Right now, it's only accessible to district staff. Maybe if we are exploring the options where this can maybe be accessible to a wider team within the council, and we hope that once we release the data set, that will be able to promote more of these conversations. But yeah, that's why, like towards the end, I mentioned the possibilities for advocacy efforts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your work, and thank you to our ASL interpreters.
So I've been between roles, kind of product potential, but very interested in this. Right. Why I did this. Like doing projects.
I read one that I more regular
When you've hit rock bottom, that means that you've basically just really going through it. That's the universe resetting and recalibrating itself to give you much more.
Oh, I don't have to know. They're just in the back and they're just banging on their thing. Something about the way he played the xylophone, just like such a turn on. Yeah. Oh, you know, it's always you have it clicks. Out where? Oh, is that like Williamsburg? Okay. Also for him, like coming from the Upper East Side and stuff. Yeah. Unless he's going from work and stuff. Like, I assume it's a mix.
Like at home. You ready? Yeah. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? How's this microphone? Hello. Can you hear me? I'm gonna. Yeah. I think it's 2. Yes, I think this is the one. Great. Turn this off. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Have you had a really fulfilling day? Yes? Are you going to come back again? Excellent. How many of you work in government in some capacity right now? Raise your hands. Okay. How many of you want to volunteer or work in government in some capacity in the next coming years? All right. That's a good number. Any other pop questions that we have from the panel right now? No? All right. So when I was working in government, I did a South by Southwest session called In Code We Trust. This is back in 2010, and it was like an opening day session, and it helped convince the South by Southwest organizers that they needed to create a government panel, kind of like a government track. And so I take the words "in code we trust" a little comically, because you can't always trust software code, and we all know that the legal code itself is written for a lot of flexibility, ambiguity, and sometimes persecution. So in code we trust is a little bit of a jest. But the people that we have on this panel are no joke. These are some of the most remarkable people that we are fortunate to have as our neighbors here in New York, not only in New York City, but also in New York State. I'm Noel Hidalgo. I think you've heard me talk way too much today. We're joined by Martha Norrick, the Chief Analytics Officer, Gabe Paley, the Assistant Secretary for Technology, the Governor's Office, Jai Rogers, the Talent and Community Manager at U.S. Digital Response, and Abby Kos, Board Member from the Technologists for Public Good. And do I get to announce that you're also Okay, she also works for the state. I'm really excited that we get to have these people up here to help us talk about how we can use our skills to respond in this moment. With that, I'm going to pass the microphone off to Martha to give us a really brief, what's your most inspiring session that you saw today? And we're going to go right down the line before they get into the sessions, descriptions, and coming up here to the podium.
It's a hard question. It's like choosing your favorite child. But I only have one kid, so I don't have that problem. But I went to the session by the folks who work on FloodNet, which is the sensor network that helps to measure sort of the distance between the sensor and the ground, basically. And so when the floodwaters rise, they can see it happen sort of live. And they had a session last year as well, and it's amazing to see how much progress has been made. And I'm also really excited by it because one thing that we always look for in our work is opportunities to understand like reporting behaviors of citizens, like who's calling 311 about stuff that's wrong and who's not calling 311 about stuff that's wrong, and having data where you have some sort of like more objective measurement of something that's happening to be like, oh yeah, there was definitely standing water at this intersection, and like, did anybody call 311 about it? I think some really interesting potential there.
I don't have as good of an answer. I unfortunately was only able to get here about an hour ago because I was working for most of the day. But I have been to this conference many times before, and I always love the MTA Open Data sessions. I know there was one today as well. And on my way here, I used the Weekendist app, which is built off of MTA Open Data, which really helps my day-to-day always. So.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, my favorite session was actually the one just before this one about housing affordability. Fascinating as someone who lives in New York. It was spectacular. It was also very informative historically wise, and also how we can be empowered, and the resources that we have as tenants and residents. It was spectacular. Thanks, y'all.
The session that I loved the most was from the folks at Just Fix. They have been working on Who Owns What for years, which I have used so many times. But they're partnering with Housing for Justice on a new service that is not public yet, so I won't put it on blast. But I think sometimes, in terms of data specifically, it's so tempting to want to be a vacuum cleaner to suck up as much as humanly possible. And what was so satisfying was to hear about how the team had been very intentional about pulling data that already existed, specifically to reduce the burden on people who would be using the new service.
Great, thank you for that. I'm going to go back and watch all the recordings. This is the fun part. After all of this is done, I get to watch all of these presentations, and so I'll put those on the higher queue. That being said, it is an understatement that we are here under challenging times, and after a decade of advocacy, many of us were fortunate enough to be exposed to really amazing digital service delivery teams in the federal government and in the state and in the city. And now we're looking at a situation where there is no federal digital service delivery teams, and we are stuck with having to figure out how to build a solidarity network across city and state so that way digital service delivery, as the senator mentioned this morning, the service delivery that's coming at the state level or at the local level is the last stop of government services. So this is a recruitment panel. What we're going to talk about today is figuring out how to get you and your friends, your colleagues, wherever you are, whether you're working day jobs, underemployed, or if you're looking to transition, to take up that mantle and go work for government. And so I'm going to ask Martha Norrick to come up and talk a little bit about NYC Analytics, and she's going to explain how you can participate with NYC Analytics and also some other jobs that gave her a foundational start in the work that she does with civic analytics.
Thank you, Noel. All right. You can see that I awkwardly cropped this slide out, and that there's now this funny little line, which is actually a great way to segue into our office and what we do. So as Noel said, my name is Martha Norrick. I'm the city's Chief Analytics Officer. I run the Office of Data Analytics that was created back in 2012 during the Bloomberg administration. We were added to the city charter in 2018, so we are an office that exists beyond executive order. If you're a government nerd, there's basically a couple different ways that you can have an office in the city of New York. You could be an agency and be in the sort of official city charter. You can be an office that is created by executive order, which basically means that the mayor wrote something down that says there shall be an office of blah, blah, blah. And those offices exist so long as those executive orders persist. But then there's this special class of offices that have been added to the charter, and that includes the Mayor's Office of Operations, the Mayor's Office of Information Privacy, as well as the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics. When Mayor Adams became the mayor, he moved our office from being the mayor's office into the Office of Technology and Innovation, along with the Office of Information Privacy, and New York City Cyber Command as well. So we're all now sort of in this umbrella organization called the Office of Technology and Innovation, along with the agency formerly known as Do It, one of the all-time great government acronyms. Our team does a few different things. We and I've been the city's chief analytics officer since 2021. So actually, since the previous administration, since the end of the previous administration, we have sort of three main things that we do. We have a small but mighty team of data scientists who work on scoped analytics projects with city agencies and at the behest of City Hall or at the behest of legislation. We stick to kind of scoped analytics projects because we're not really staffed to be like the long time institutional support for offices or agencies. And most agencies in the city have really amazing data and analytics talent in them to work on sort of internal operations questions and many of them are here today. You've probably met some of them. They're doing incredible stuff. I also went to an amazing session about analyzing the city's canopy, like tree canopy with the Parks Department and the New York Nature Conservancy. So there's all sorts of amazing stuff that's happening in agencies, and we kind of exist as this like extra consulting or like SWAT team resource that can come in and help somebody figure out something, especially when it involves integrating data across multiple agencies. And that's kind of where, you know, the perch of like, we don't belong to any particular agency, but we are a resource for everyone to use and to share. We support agencies on general data analytics methodology, strategy, all sorts of different questions. We can help agencies out with that. We have a project library of public information about some of the projects that we've done over time. Definitely encourage you to check that out if that's interesting. The other areas that our office, the obvious thing that our office does is also run the New York City Open Data portal, the Open Data program, and Zachary Fader in the back just slunk in, who's the Open Data program manager. And in that work, we work with, again, every agency in the city to make sure that their data is made publicly available and accessible via the New York City Open Data portal. And we also plan public engagement efforts around open data. And finally, we have a small but mighty and growing data governance and data engineering team. I like to describe the work of that team as sort of like making the data pool a nicer place to swim in. The city is big. There's almost 300,000 municipal employees. That's like the size of global Starbucks. It's a huge organization. And there's lots of data all across the city. And for lots of different reasons, there's not sort of just like one database where all of the city's data sits. And so for people to use each other's data, for people to be able to understand what data the city is collecting and what's an appropriate usage of that data, what's permissible with the various different regulatory regimes that city data is subject to, all of that requires really diligent work to document the city's data, to make it easy to integrate data when there's a reason to do so. Whether that's, geocoding or standardizing fields. It's like the least sexy topic, but very critically important for making sure that city data can be used by all. I think that's my 5 minutes, so I'm going to hand it over to the next panelist.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabe Paley. I work in the governor's office. I just want to say it's meaningful for me to be here. I've been coming to this conference since like 2017, and it definitely is a big part of my journey into working in government. So thank you, Noelle, for everything you do for this community. This is a lot. State government I have not always seen at these conferences represented. So my role as the Assistant Secretary for Technology, what that means is I advise on the state's use of software and technology to deliver services to people. I also assist with oversight of the state's IT agency. Martha mentioned OTI. We have something called ITS, the Office of Information Technology Services. The state government delivers a lot of services to people in New York, 3,000 plus, I believe. Everything from federally funded programs like unemployment benefits, SNAP, the nutritional assistance programs for women, infants, and children, Medicaid, to things like hunting licenses, fishing licenses. There's like an enormous number of programs that the state administers, many of which run obviously on software applications. We have over 1,000 software applications that people use to apply for those programs, and that a lot of government staff use to administer those programs. The state's IT agency is about 4,000 people. A lot of the software development work that happens to support, maintain, develop a lot of those software applications happens in that agency. In the last couple years, we've really been pushing for what we're calling the customer experience, or CX agenda. This is essentially a push to make those software applications, make the services that we deliver to people more easy to use and more user-centered. There was a push in the 2023 Governor's State of the State Address and Policy Book that I had a chance to work on, in which we announced that we're committed to making government more customer-centered. We proposed a series of initiatives. We identified a number of pilot projects and kind of made this an official priority of the state government. I think this is really important to Governor Hochul. She actually, earlier in her career as the Erie County Clerk in Western New York, oversaw a DMV, and I think really ingrained in her the notion that a lot of people's trust in their political leaders, their experiences of government, comes down to their experience of the services they receive. When you go to the DMV and you have a frustrating experience, or when you try to apply for a government benefit program and it's difficult, that impacts the way you think about your government. So we really want to make it a priority of this administration to work on this. Also, there are a number of pieces of the agenda. One of the things the governor cares a ton about is affordability in New York City. We know there are a lot of assistance programs that are difficult to access, and that fewer people than we would hope for are taking advantage of those programs because the websites are hard to navigate. And we have the data on that, we have the metrics, we know those are outcomes that we want to be pushing for, so we made this an official priority of the state government. Part of that also was appointing the state's first ever Chief Customer Experience Officer, actually the first state-level Chief Customer Experience Officer in the country, to lead that agenda, because this is a very cross-functional, kind of statewide initiative. And so we created this position. It reports directly to the role that is Director of State Operations, who oversees the state government. That's filled by Catherine Garcia, who some of you may remember was a mayoral candidate a couple years ago, and also had come up through a very operational upbringing in New York City government, also really has been an incredible advocate for this work. And the job of the chief, we call the CXO, is to really kind of bring this type of culture to state government, work with the many state agencies that deliver services to set goals, measure things like how long does it take for someone to get through this application, what % of people who are actually taking advantage of this program, and set attainable targets for those agencies. Some of this has to do with technology, some of it has to do with very complex language on websites that people can't understand, or regulations that are hard to kind of get through. So there's a piece of this agenda that is working with program leaders to kind of address some of these areas of complexity. And of course, there is a piece of this that has to do with technology. If those of you who work in government tech that know that there's very old infrastructure, I use the word mainframe much more than I thought I ever would. But when we kind of do these types of modernization projects to move on to modern infrastructure, we want to ensure that we're not just kind of improving the way the tech works, we're also aligning that with actual outcomes for people. And that's a big part of the CXO's role as well. We've done some initial projects over the last couple years. Some of you may be familiar with the IRS Direct File program that launched for the first time a year ago. This was the federal government's approach to essentially building a way to file taxes for free with the government. New York State was one of the first handful of states to participate in that last year. And we partnered with the federal government. We actually did this in partnership with Code for America. And this was one of our attempts to make it easier to interact with the government. What we found was about 85% of people who filled this out in its first year were able to do it in under 15 minutes, file their state taxes in under 15 minutes. And we received comments like this one. I finished this and I was like, wait, I'm done. That was so easy. It felt like what filing state taxes should be like. And it's not just about saving money, it's so much less of a stressful thing. And that's really the goal that we're trying to get to in the work that we're doing in state government, is like, this really is a psychological, emotional cost for people when they try to go through these services. It's important for us to try to alleviate that cost. We, in the last number of months, have launched a broader strategy across a number of the state agencies. I should also acknowledge that Abby on our panel in the last 2 weeks has joined the customer experience team in the governor's office. We're very excited to have her. So we launched a website, experience.ny.gov, if you want to see more about the kind of overarching strategy. But we're really trying to help across the state agencies implement things like web accessibility guidelines, help them understand what are the human-centered design methods, how can they be writing their websites in more plain language so people can more easily access them. So we've written guidebooks and playbooks on this website that we're starting to use with our agencies. And we've also really been investing in the teams that deliver this work. So we have a few teams that have actually been in state government for really the better part of 10 to 15 years. They've historically been based in Albany. In the last couple of years, we've been opening offices and recruiting into New York City as well. And they advise on implementation of a lot of the strategy. They ensure that the websites are more easily accessible, are easy to understand. They've been redesigning some of these websites. We've made usability testing and user research a major priority. This is an image from last year where one of our design teams actually took a letter that is sent by our tax agency to 400,000 people a year and just tried to watch people make sense of this letter. And what we found was that there were a lot of places where they were getting tripped up. There was a QR code that their phones were having difficulty scanning. We want, not like groundbreaking stuff if you've worked in the tech industry, but not always so commonly done in government. So we're starting to really try to employ these types of methodologies more frequently. And I mentioned modernization efforts, that we have a lot of underway. Again, we want to ensure that as we're modernizing technology infrastructure, we're also aligning that with experience outcomes. So this was the outcome of a workshop that our team did with one of our state agencies, where we're ensuring, as we go through this multi-year process to kind of get them onto new infrastructure, we're ensuring that we're meeting these types of goals and measuring our progress towards these goals as well. And we're hiring. So our state IT agency, if all goes well with the state budget process, which is currently underway, is going to have 300 openings over the coming year. And so everything from C-level technology leadership roles to product management, accessibility is a huge focus for us this year. We're going to be growing a team in that area. Cybersecurity, we likely will have over 100 jobs in cybersecurity. If that's something you work on, definitely stay in touch. Data, UX design, content strategy. The roles are 50-50 hybrid, telecommuting, and again, based in either New York City or Albany. If you're interested, we do have some current openings. There's a link here, bit.ly/NYS Digital Service, and we also just have a resume drop here we kind of threw together quickly, but if you want to just kind of stay in touch, you can go to that second link there as well. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm Jai Rogers. I am the Talent Community Manager with US Digital Response. I wrote some notes down because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Our organization actually supports offices like my fellow panelists, so I wanted to make sure that you all left with a good chunk of knowledge about what our mission is, how our volunteers support that mission, and what impact looks like on the volunteer level. So at USDR, we have a community of volunteers where our mission is to build technology capacity in government offices and agencies, right? So our approach here, we were founded in March of 2020, so happy 5 years to us, as a response to the COVID crisis. And so that actually built some of our mantras of delivering in days instead of months. And we also have another mantra, which is demos, not memos, right? We design for sustainability and usability. Our volunteers are not going to be with our government partners after a tool is developed or implemented beyond a certain point. And unlike states and cities like the New York offices, not all teams have techies on staff, so how are we leveraging the tools and their knowledge to build their capacity and so that the progress doesn't stop when the project ends? Again, it's all about building capacity and growing knowledge. Another one of our mantras is teaching them how to fish. So how are we taking the tools that they already use? How are we taking the knowledge that they already have, bringing in volunteers that make it more not necessarily robust, but more efficient, more user-friendly, keeping the end user in mind, and pushing whatever the needle is forward, establishing the needs, scoping those needs, having that project be delivered, and being able to numerically and from a data framework, like what was the impact there? Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Cool, so I wanted to share some notes around our volunteer placement because it's not apples to apples in terms of scoping needs, the team needs, what the functional needs are, or even just the flexibility of a team, these are some models that we use that kind of determine what an optimal volunteer would be. And we place based on need, not necessarily who the volunteer is. And so it can be a little competitive, I'm not gonna lie. The volunteers love what they do. And it's a really amazing time to be supporting state and local governments right now, especially from the technology perspective. And so we have folks who are with the functions of content strategy, UX design, UX researchers, the whole gamut. We now have a talent arm, so folks who have recruitment and people ops ability, they come in and they might help a government partner level set and leverage what they already have internally. I want to go over really quickly a project and case study that we were able to deliver as a team. This is really where my notes will come in handy, one second. So our partner at this point was the Council of State Governments, and they had a challenge because they were trying to implement a system to oversee licensure compacts. I want to do a quick level set of who would know what a compact is. Raise your hand if you know what a compact is. Ish? Okay. Ish. Okay, so usually states go by their own rules when it comes to licensed professionals, let's say nurses, doctors, contractors, that sort of thing. But if somebody wants to work across state lines or work in different states, they are trying to develop a program and a system that would allow folks to work across state lines without starting completely over. The problem here, though, specifically, is it wasn't just for one compact. They were for multiple compacts with different states. And the system needed to function well enough for all of these stakeholders and nuances. If they were to build something from scratch, it would take years to implement, and it would also take a crazy amount of funding. And so they called USDR to help with this procurement and technology challenge. Let's see. Again, my notes. Yes, so we were brought in, as you can see here, we trained folks on staff. We were able to do coding reviews. We did user research sprints. And what the outcome was is that volunteers conducted there was a mix of product managers, engineers, researchers from USDR that worked side by side with CSG. They helped elevate and their needs and train stakeholders. They draft procurement documents for ongoing work beyond that point, and then coached new staff on how they were able to use that system. Again, our volunteers, there is a beginning and end to the projects, and so how are we leveraging our time with them and training them up to be able to use those systems beyond our work. These are often people who are not trained in some of these systems, and so our solutions are usually low to no code solutions. And if you were ever curious about where your skills can be made impactful in real time, this is one of those examples. These were not hypothetical strategy decks. These were real conversations. These were real coding reviews. These were real coding solutions. And as you can see on the side, these are kind of our practices that were used specifically for this project. Let's see, yeah, so the impact there was that professionals were getting licensed faster, state boards were working more efficiently, and CSG had the confidence and the technology skills to implement beyond the project. And the best part is that volunteers made this possible. There are several motivations that people have to volunteer. Sometimes they are just curious, they're civic-minded, they want to do good in the world. And some people want to actually make that full-time investment and full-time transition into public interest tech. And so a lot of people volunteer to get to know what's on the other side, and not hypothetically, but in real world and in real-time practice. So this is an unshameless plug, I will say. This is a QR code. If you are interested in volunteering, there's a form, we call them hand raisers. If you want to raise your hand to volunteer, the form is on this link. We also are adamant and diligent about sharing resources for jobs within the ecosystem, and sometimes that is in government offices, sometimes those are other ecosystem organizations, nonprofits, private vendors. There are many different ways that tech skills are used to leverage and impact government solutions. So we are committed to that on that end as well. So if you want to volunteer, you want to stay connected, here we are. Again, my name is Jai. I'm with USDR. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Abby Koss, and I am a board member at Technologists for the Public Good. And I want to start by talking a little bit about myself, which, like, if you know me in real life, is a personal hobby. So I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. Oh, really? Bring me afterwards. So it's big steel town, big Rust Belt town. I am a first-generation traditional college student. Both my parents were adult learners. I am the first generation of my family not to work on the line. I have like family members on disability from Walmart, right? I am not the kind of person who you would expect to be appointed as the Deputy Chief Customer Experience Officer for the state of New York, but as of 2 weeks ago, I am. And it's been wonderful. So the reason I bring this up is because, especially until recently, it's been really difficult to break into public interest tech. This hasn't been intentional, but it has been a side effect of it being a small, weird, evolving industry that hired a lot of its friends and didn't do the work that was necessary to make it easy for people to transition into the field, whether they were new graduates, new learners, or people who were coming from completely different careers. And that's one of the reasons that Technologists for the Public Good exists. We are the professional organization for public interest technology, and our specific tagline is, we are powering the people who are reimagining how the government serves the public. And that is really intentionally broad. I know that this is a panel for joining government. We have so many roles coming up, and especially at the state. But TPG exists because there is a vast bevy of humans who want to be involved in this kind of work, who may not have the time and space to get a government job, who may not have a ton of time to volunteer, who may just be trying to figure out, like I was, how to get out of yogurt PR and get into something that mattered more to me. And so TPG is a collection of humans that exists to support anybody who is connected with public interest technology. And the way you become part of that community is by wanting to be somebody who is part of public interest technology. So let me talk a little bit about what we do. We have been around for a few years. Recently, we have hired our first 2 staff members. We're a 501c6, so we're not for profit, but we sort of are able to do advocacy on our members' behalf. And this started, it was much smaller, and it was really because the people in this insular community were experiencing burnout. They recognized that it wasn't an equitable space, that the people who were there were not representative of people in America or people we were serving in general, and we had to do better. So after a lot of work and donations and thought and effort, especially from Riley Martin, our incredible executive director, Mark Lerner, we're now doing really meaningful work across a lot of areas. We're talking about finding the right jobs, building the right network, and finding the right leads and mentors. And right means what's right for you, right? So we do a ton of community engagement. That's in person, that's online. We have a huge and active forum where we're bringing together people to have these conversations. Some of it's really advanced, high level, senior leadership, cool conversations. Some of it is very much, would you like to have one free drink ticket and learn about what this is? We do conferences and convenings, especially a lot more this year as we have grown and moved to more of a membership model. We are sponsoring things we've never sponsored before, like the State of GovTech is coming up this summer. We're co-sponsoring an event in DC, a big, formal, professional event, and it's really cool for us to be able to build that reputation and that space for ourselves, to start showing up differently, to get more people able to see the work that we're doing. Coaching and mentoring has been huge for us. There is definitely a huge chunk of people who are senior enough to have the time and space and desire to offer mentorships, to want to be the people that they maybe didn't necessarily have as they were coming into the industry. And likewise, we have huge cohorts of people who are transitioning in, who want to learn how to do this work. And our coaching, our mentoring programs have been absolutely incredible. They are leading to people getting jobs. They are leading to people getting the kinds of jobs that they want. They are leading to people being in the spaces that they want to be in. Advocacy, obviously, we're advocating for policies. This is a newer area for us. It's the C6 part of the C6. But we're trying to move to a space where we've got an informed view, and we're not advocating on anybody's behalf, but we're representing what we hear from our membership and what people want to hear broadcast more broadly. Research and publications, we do a workforce survey. It helps us understand things like what people are experiencing. Their work-life balance is good, their burnout is terrible. Some of these things are a little bit, we knew them already, but it's the first time anybody's been able to put numbers to it and then get it published in State Scoop. Get it into people's sort of areas of understanding beyond anecdotal. And then courses and training, this has especially been huge post layoffs, post changes in federal structure. We're teaching people how to do private sector resumes. We're teaching people what opportunities are available. So in our numbers, we have nearly 1,000, nearly doesn't look good on a slide, nearly 1,000 members from 39 states, and 80% of our engagement is community-led, which means it's not the people on the board, it's not the people who are getting paid, it's the people in the community who are doing the work. And here's just a little look at some things that we have coming up. And what's cool is it's a mix of in-person and online. It's a mix of things from organizations that like Aspen, sort of people who are kind of notable in this space, and just Data and Donuts getting together to learn. So I'll close out with this really fantastic quote. This organization has been an invaluable part of my personal and professional growth. It's what helped me land my first government role as a technical project manager for my city. And if you'd like to join us, we're at publicgood.tech.
Great, thank you. Do we have the other microphone out here? Yeah, great. And do we have another one? No, just the two. Okay, instead of going to some of the structured questions, do you guys have questions? You guys and gals and individuals out there have questions? You have raised hands. Let me just see if you have a question for the panel, raise your hand so that way I'm going to gauge what we do next. No. No. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. That hand wasn't high enough, so I'm short. No, that's okay. So I just want to clarify. I am one of those 1,000 peoples on TPG. I am a paid member. Anybody else a paid member up here? Okay, great, excellent. So we look forward to having both of you. Yeah, and thanks for using the shout out to Data and Donuts, our friends in LA. Our friends in LA inspired us to do Beta Bagels, which was a speaker series inside of One Center Street, which is the municipal building. Data and Donuts is a really fun view of LA's public interest tech community. If you have a question from the audience, please use the microphone that's in front of you. Please raise your hand high so that way I can see it, and then I can call on you. Please speak clearly. And I'm going to look at the interpreter to see whether or not they got it. And if they did, then we're going to go. So, mic on?
Hello? Okay, great. Ill-formed, and part of why I didn't want to jump in fast. But I'm thinking about, for people transferring careers or or maybe early career, And just if you can speak to how to get into like government positions, which feels like there's a lot of, the qualifications are very strict, as opposed to like the tech startup space, where if you know somebody, you have space to grow and learn. And so I'm curious, what are the growth opportunities and how to get your foot in the door?
I will start on the New York City side. There are sort of two tracks in government for joining the government. You can join as a civil servant, which requires that you take the civil service exam, a civil service exam. There are many different civil service exams. You might want to take a couple of them. And then when you, after you take the test, you will be put on a list that is sort of like, I don't know, like an adult nightmare of like how well you did on a test is going to be on the Open Data portal for anyone to see. So if you'd like to see how I did on the civil service exam, for example, you can look that up, or any other government employee that holds a permanent civil service title, just to add to my nightmares. Agencies, when they have an opening for that, and they want to hire somebody that has that sort of set of qualifications, each civil service title has its sort of set of requirements or things that they're looking for. So it might require that you have a degree in a particular field, or that you have so many years of experience, or some combination of those things. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on when you are crafting a resume or applying for a government job, is to really check those qualifications. They can sometimes be interpreted generously, especially when it comes to work experience. If you've had internships, if you've had volunteer work or things like that, it doesn't strictly have to be exactly like I have been employed from here to there. But you should make sure that you're getting as close as you possibly can to meeting those qualifications. Because there is a step where they're going to basically see, like, would you pass muster as this civil, into the civil service title? Do you have the education and experience that's required to be able to be eligible for this civil service title? You take the test, you get on this embarrassing public list, amazing government transparency public list, and then you, when agencies have an opening in that title, they will call people off the list in order of how well you did on the test. Again, literal nightmare. But the and you might have the possibility to be called by multiple agencies at the same time. It's a very I'm not a professional historian of the civil service by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a fascinating thing and definitely worth reading more about. When Bloomberg was the mayor, he didn't like the civil. I'm sort of like, this is my understanding of the situation. I was not there. My understanding was that he was not terribly fond of the system, and so he just didn't offer any tests when he was the mayor. So everybody in the government for a while was a provisional employee. And then there was a lawsuit, and then they had to start offering civil service tests again. So that's one way. The other way is to be a political appointee. And if you have a lot of the folks that are sort of in higher ranking jobs in the government are sometimes there sort of, for a season. They come in with that particular elected official. They're there, they serve at the pleasure of that elected official. That elected official can fire them whenever, hire that position. They have sort of some more autonomy basically over those positions. And there are a smattering of lower level non sort of permanent civil service titles as well, that are open titles. Community coordinator is one of them. If you ever see a job that's listed as a community coordinator, that means that you don't have to be, you don't have to take a test for that one. But there are fewer of those, and that's by design. They want to protect sort of the integrity of the civil service system. And, for the most part, city jobs are governed by that civil service system. It is confusing. It is hard to understand from the outside. I think my number one tip is, if you are reading a job posting that you think is interesting for the city, try to get in touch with somebody in the office, try to get in touch with the hiring manager, and try to and see what the sort of civil service deal is with that job, because it can vary. And again, it's it's a system that has some room for interpretation in terms of experience and things like that. And it's worth kind of trying to really understand that. And if you are a permanent civil servant, the idea is you are a government employee, sort of regardless of the way that the wind blows when it comes to who is the top elected official in the government.
I would add, so at the state level especially, there are other paths. There are some exemptions to the civil service system that very eloquently described. For example, there's a kind of a universe of titles that you can apply to in government. And for some of those titles, you can make the case, for cybersecurity as an example, that this is a really hard skill to test for. We're going to call this, maybe we're going to recruit for this outside of the examination process, and that goes through a process. The Civil Service Commission will kind of approve that. A lot of the jobs actually at the IT agency now are outside of the examination process. So they're what's called non-competitive. Also, in the past 2 years, there was such a large volume of job openings at the state level that we initiated a program for a number of different titles, including a number of more entry-level IT titles that go outside of the civil service examination. That's called the HELPS program. So there's like, if you're like a nurse, for example, and during the pandemic, we needed a lot of those. We couldn't necessarily wait for the examination process to go through. So there are ways outside of the examination process to get hired as well.
Same on the city front, too. IT has the most sort of flexibility with civil service titles, I think, of any of the sort of categories of civil service titles.
I will add really quickly to federally, the standards are incredibly strict, and you can kind of use them to your benefit. So I tend to think about private sector resumes as being qualitative data and public sector resumes as being quantitative data, right? You can take as much time and space as you want to write out every single one of those things. The danger zone is, like, you can never say, if they're looking for Microsoft Word and Excel and PowerPoint, if you say Office, you're not gonna get the job. Like, there's no flexibility there. Sometimes, and I would not strictly advocate this for everything, but you can copy and paste the requirements and then just paste that in, and those are your skills and expertise. And sometimes HR is like, thank you, because that's rarely where the decision is being made. That's the door opening to having a conversation with somebody who would actually choose to hire you. But yeah, the system is designed to be as objective as possible, and because of that, it can kind of be worked.
A lot of times that what I've seen is the language barrier. And so when folks are curious about transitioning full-time into government roles, I always advise, as they have all started talking on, is learning the language that is being used in hiring in government. And so before using your own time to apply, you could be wasting it because you are not understanding what the role requirements are fully. And so there are a lot of resources out there in terms of dictionaries around how what words mean on a posting, or what things like non-competitive job roles are. So I would usually advise people to start with the language of those roles and those postings. That would just be the thesis of that, is just around language, to be honest. There is a language barrier completely.
When my mom retired from the military, she had to, actually from civil service, she had to give her resume, and she ended up like almost pretty much using a whole ream of paper. This was like 50 years of service, a whole ream of paper, which was her resume of like every single position. It was impressive. Yes.
I just wanted to know, in terms of, because I've come from the private sector, there's Q1, Q2, Q3, and I would assume, but assuming that it's based on political years, or is it, how do you calculate wins? And in terms of chronological, is it project-based? Is it yearly based? Is there, because I know government tends to be slower. It might not be, but it tends to be slower, it seems like. So sort of speak to that, if that makes sense.
In terms of hiring, or in terms of sort of like the...
Oh, how to be like a best employee, to like, when you get the job, how to be an asset for your team, or like speaking like that.
I want to say quickly, this is actually one of my favorite things about government, is that people become their agencies. And people who are attracted to a certain kind of agency then work at that agency.
Is that like how
So-
people end up
yeah.
looking like their dogs?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So like the Forest Service talks in seasons. The way they think about their work is seasonal. I think a lot of times, isn't that so cool? If you are, I was at 18F, right? And we really thought about it in terms of 8-week and then 12-week sprints. We thought about everything in terms of sprints. If you can follow sort of seasonally what's happening with your agency, so you know, the Department of Labor is probably going to be harder to get a job with in January because unemployment claims are highest in January, right? Like, understand that that is a collection of nerds about that particular issue, and that will set you up to be as successful as possible to understand the world they're in.
More questions? I'm doing your job for you now, sorry. Well, thank you. I was holding the microphone.
Me, right? Okay, so thank you to all the panelists first. As a student, I wanted to know what you guys would suggest as somebody who's into research. What do you guys suggest that I should do, especially over the summer, because, you know, that's a long break, and I want to be able to use that to go from, like, being just a learner to somebody who's, like, also applying what they learned. So I wanted to know what you guys suggest that I should do.
I would suggest that you use the New York City Open Data portal to think of a research question about your neighborhood or about the government that you would like to answer, and then assuming that your research is quantitative in nature. But we also have, I think all of our offices probably have pretty great internship programs where if you want to spend a summer learning about the government and having, I don't know, extremely lovely, spending the beautiful summer days inside fluorescently lit public sector offices, we offer that opportunity.
I mean, depending on what type of research, but we also have internships in fields like user research. So for our design team that works in IT agency, that's a team that's just focused on ensuring that the products that we develop are meeting the needs of the people who are going to use those products, and we are looking for interns who can help ensure that that's happening and interview people and do that type of qualitative research especially. So check it out.
Hi, I'm coming from the private sector. I'm an IT support analyst, and I'm trying to figure out how I can differentiate myself between people who are coming from federal now, from the stuff that's been going on, and also people that are like, say, internal hires from other agencies applying for, say, the agency I'm going for, or whatnot like that.
It's actually kind of similar. What's trending in government technology right now?
What's trending in government technology? This is a thing called AI. I don't know if you've heard about this. It's funny. I think that the topics I was discussing, customer experience and human-centered design, are actually becoming more and more like things that many of us are familiar with if you've worked in the private sector, are starting to be more and more discussed in state government. I mean, I will say that like a lot of people are thinking about what are the use cases of AI in government and what are the ways that we can use AI ethically and safely and responsibly, and trying to find that balance. So, I mean, there are teams in New York State that are starting to really think about that, and like meeting with agencies, we've created an interagency task force to kind of look into the types of use cases where we can apply AI where it would be actually helpful to people. So, I mean, I'd be remiss not to say that as a trend in government right now.
I think to your question about differentiating yourself as someone coming from the private sector, I think people who come from the private sector have great. It is always nice to have sort of fresh perspectives and an outsider's view of what things are, how things are done, and how processes and things like that. Although I think sometimes I would counsel you to have a healthy respect for sort of why things, or just maybe a healthy curiosity about why things are the way they are in government. I think that I think anybody who comes into a place from the outside, if I were to go into a private sector company or you were to come into government, you kind of look at things and you're like, well, that's silly. Like, why are they doing it that way? We could do it a better way. And you probably can. But there's also probably a reason why it is the way it is. And I think, differentiating yourself, whether from wherever you're coming from, private sector, federal, state, city, like having that kind of healthy curiosity and like, willingness to really to see things, to be able to see things clearly, but also like extend some grace to the history of why things are the way they are, is something that I always really appreciate with folks who are joining the government from the private sector.
So 2 things. Before I was with USDR, I was with another organization called Tech Talent Project, and we would help build executive slates for teams in government. And we would test on EQ and TQ. And coming from the private sector, one of the indicators of a high EQ was around leading with curiosity, which is also one of the community oaths for USDR and our volunteers. Also, it was relinquishing yourself of the savior complex of like coming into a team saying like, oh, everything y'all do is stupid. We did it better at Apple. Like, you have to go in and know what the framework and what some of those guardrails are for why they have to do the things that they do. And in terms of differentiating yourself from the federal folks who were laid off, honestly, the one up I will say that they have is that they are connected within the ecosystem, and not saying that it's equitable by any means, but you are doing the work right now, being connected with each other and being able to network with folks in and out of government. And so I would really encourage leveraging that, especially as you're learning what is on the other side, talking to people who are in government. Again, leading with curiosity, asking what their challenges are. I think that will help, and you will still have that framework of speed, maybe outside in the private sector, but you will now say, I'm civic-minded and I understand what it means to be civic-minded, and just leading with that, your own curiosity about how you can be of service, not how you can come in and change it.
And with that, can you hear me? Yes? With that, I want to say thank you very much. We are in a unique opportunity. I don't think many of us, any of us, our elders have really been in a situation like this where technology is advancing at a state that is really unprecedented. We're seeing the types of technology enter into our pockets and into government in a way that seems almost unvalidated and unverified. And we have a unique opportunity to be that firewall to make sure that technology adoption inside of our local governments, inside of our state government, is done in an ethical and an appropriate way. We are a community standing together to making sure that all of these tools serve all of us, not just the few of us. And so I really appreciate the 4 of you coming together at the last minute to make this panel, to give us an opportunity to talk to the rest of the community of how we can put our talents and intellect, our diversity, our specialness into government service, and hopefully be the firewall over the next few years. So please give them and our sign interpreters a huge round of applause for all their amazing work. With that, we are now entering into happy hour. It's a little bit less than a happy hour, but before we sign off on the live stream, I want to thank ISOC.LIVE, Pam and Jolly for their work. Jolly is the individual who will end up cutting and de-umming and awing just about every single Open Data Week session that we've have recorded and School of Data session. He is really amazing at that. I also want to give a huge thanks to Reinvent Albany for their continued support and making sure that we had a full live stream for the day. And with that, Jazzy, do you want to have anything else to add? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Refreshments are going to be out here where lunch was served on the second floor. For those of you on the live stream, thank you for watching all day, and we will see you next year.